Islam, everybody. Peace and love. Happy Holy Venus degree. You already know I'm Brother Hasan Bey, all rights reserved. You already know I'm with my magnificent bro, and he is.
Namaste, namaste, namaste. Islam, Islam, Islam. I am Brother Hasan Ghaziel Bey here in Morocco and northwest of Maxim. How are you? I yield, bro.
Islam. I know y'all see the title. You use ye Bible, of course, impromptu improv, right? Use ye Bible to condemn the government. So you already can tell by that title, we're going to be getting into the metaphysical Bible dictionary, looking at some terms that a lot of people are not familiar with because they don't have one of these. You know what I mean? Let me see if I can show this real quick, just for those people who I know some people like to get the actual hard copies, right? Metaphysical Bible Dictionary by Charles Fillmore, right? And bro, when you was actually going through yours, I heard you say a word after brethren that I didn't see in this book. I was going to ask you, is it possible I have an abridged version?
What did I say after
it was a B.R word, and there's no other B.R word.
Breath. Did I say breath?
Oh no, I think you said breastplate.
Oh yeah, breastplate. It was breastplate.
So
because that's talking about the what is the breastplate called, man, with the 12 stones for each tribe, which is dealing with, we already know it's actually dealing with astrology. Man, I forgot what the breastplate is called. The Hebrew term for it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but because Aaron, the high priest, wear the breastplate with the 12 stones for each nation and all of that or whatever, which is just dealing with the zodiac. However, what is that called? What is, maybe you can look that up real quick. What is the breastplate called? As soon as you say it, I'm like, yes, that is what it is. Maybe it'll come to me as I'm sharing this out, right?
Yeah, so I must have an abridged version. There must be two versions.
Well, you got it, since you got access to the PDF, you always got it technically. You know what I'm saying?
Is it the breast collar?
Breastplate.
Breast collar, breastplate is a piece of tack used on horses. No, that's something else. It might say it in the dictionary, in the metaphysical Bible dictionary, actually.
Yeah, I know what I'm saying,
But yeah, what else? So yeah, we're gonna get into a whole bunch of those terms. Actually, most people don't they don't see the layers to things. You know what I mean? They only see the surface. So when you begin to teach yourself, right, by studying and also experimenting, right, experience learning, you begin to learn that there's multiple layers to things. You can look at things from different angles, of course. So it's just like, you ever seen how they show you the picture, like it looks like the guy stabbing someone, like the news reporters are showing that it looks like he's stabbing him, but on the other side he's really running from someone that's trying to get him. You know what I'm saying?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, so there's different angles and layers to things that one will have to go around so they can get a broader conceptualization of what exactly is they're analyzing, right? So great tool, Metaphysical Bible Dictionary. We're going to get into that. I think I'm going to read a little bit of this real quick, and then we're going to get into the invocation. Quran questions for Moorish Americans, right? I was looking at what is a prophet? Number 6. A prophet is a thought of Allah manifested in the flesh. And let's see. Also, number 4, where's the nearest place we can meet him in reference to Allah? In the heart. So a prophet is a thought of Allah manifested in the flesh, and the nearest place to meet Allah is in the heart. So, see here. What is the duty of a prophet, right? That's what we were looking at. What is the duty of a prophet? When you realize that you're a prophet unto yourself, when you realize that the prophet said imitate me, would that mean that you would be like a prophet unto yourself? Right? Are you not a thought of Allah manifested in flesh? Do you have that comprehension? I know I do. So it says here, number 7, what is the duty of a prophet? To save nations from the wrath of Allah. Every Moor is running around talking about, oh yeah, it's our duty to uplift fallen humanity, right? And you ask them more, any more. What is their, what is your main goal? Besides being yourself, what is the purpose of the Moorish Divine and National Movement? You know what I mean? Is to uplift fallen humanity. So, and it says a prophet, prophet's duty, right? And also because we're talking about like taxes, duties, imposts, and excises, right? Everybody knows that the whole reason for in the state in the United States is because they're doing taxes. It's all uniform, all right? All the food they're bringing in, all the products they're bringing in, all the goods they're bringing in, or whatever. They came up with these different forms of taxation, so that and then they made it uniform or whatever. However, everybody knows taxation without representation is unconstitutional. It's unlawful. It's not. You know what I mean? It's not supposed to happen. It's a major violation of their own Magna Charta when they do that, right? So when you look at the duty that we do have, right, as Moorish Americans, as thoughts of Allah manifested in the flesh, what we do know is from number 7, what is the duty of a prophet, right? A thought of Allah manifested in the flesh, to save nations, mothers, right, from the wrath of Allah, which is all balanced law, right, pertaining to the zodiac. So, I mean, what do you say about Saturn being in a certain hemisphere, having unfavorable weather for 15 years? That sounds unfavorable weather sounds like part of the wrath of Allah. I mean, what could be more devastating or catastrophic than major, weather conditions, you know what I'm saying, that can cause a lot of destruction. So let's see. So this is what we need to do, right? Because I was just thinking too, like I thought about mothers, you know what I mean, and their hair, and how like when they start putting chemicals in their hair, they start putting chemicals in the sky and shit, like chemtrails and stuff like that. So I was just thinking, like, man, the more the mothers abuse themselves and are abused, the more you will see that expression on the outside. Because again, express is to push out from within. So if you're angry on the inside, then no wonder why you're showing that expression on the outside, because that's what's happening within you. You know what I mean? You fucked up on the inside, it's gonna radiate on the outside. So we're supposed to be, I guess, educating, right? Teaching the mothers, the sons as well. The mothers, primarily because they're the first teachers at the end of the day. As soon as they got this, it's a wrap, because they're checking everything at the gate. You know what I'm saying? Right. As soon as babies come through, they're getting those good lessons that are gonna get them back in harmony, nature, so that their days may be long upon the earthland. So the duty of a thought of Allah manifested in flesh, which are also angels, right? Is to save mothers from the wrath of Allah. And at the end of the day, the best thing you can do is teach yourself and know for yourself. Be sure within your own thinking, right? Not because you got people co-signing, but because your internal guide, right? The heart should actually be your confirmation, not others from without, because I know it's not by being told. I yield, bro, if you want to say something before we go into this invocation.
Yeah, man. I just really look forward to sharing what we're about to share, man, because I made sure I put my notes together just so I can get right to the pages. However, in impromptu improv fashion, I and Brother R will basically just go with whatever insight and intuition is akashically downloaded to us for us to share. And sharing this out to a few of our loved ones also. Make sure that they, you know, can come along and study with us, right? So they can check this out right now also. But other than that, I guess I'll check the chat very soon too and see who all is here, right? And say peaceful greetings to all of you all. Let's see who all is here. Let me finish getting these out real quick. See if a couple beings will invite their loved ones that I know would really love to hear this. But I know a lot of people are not familiar with Moor science. A lot of people think they're, you know, they have this copper tone skin and they think they're black, and they think they are Christians. And both of those things are some of the furthest things from the truth. You know, people, I mean, I don't know. I mean, when I look at a crayon and it says brown, I don't call brown black. I don't call copper black. I don't call the various olive tone shades black. Even when people say black olives, though that's not kind of really, it's not really black. If you kind of get a close up on it, it's not really, kind of just like a dark purple, dark brownish type, you know what I mean, tone to it. So that's kind of what that is like there, you know what I mean? It's really not that, you know what I'm saying? So with that being said, I am ready to do the screen share and do our invocation in so we can see exactly what it is that we have going on here. Because I think you guys are really going to enjoy this. So I would share this out to your favorite loved one who thinks they're a Christian and think that they were made from some man's rib, or think they're a sky daddy out there. You know what I mean? There's no sky daddies that are out there at all, you know? Not at all. I don't think I sent the Zoom link, did I? That's cool. We got somebody in the green room. So, you know, with the sky daddiness of it all, you know, I think I sent the Zoom link. I didn't know I sent the Zoom link. I thought I just sent did I send that Zoom link? That's not a Zoom link, is it? Oh, that's YouTube. Okay, I guess you wanted to kick it with us in the green room. That's cool. You can stick around for the lesson then. Mother Nicole, that's pretty cool. Let's see. So what I'm just thinking, you know, share it with anybody that thinks they're a Christian and think that, you know, there's lightning that comes down on people all of a sudden for saying something, or, you know, you don't believe in the word and the name and the blood of Jesus, all that funny stuff that makes me laugh. All that stuff, it really does tickle me when people talk like that. Like sometimes my baby gets on me. She's like, yo, like, you know, my beloved mother, Mrs. Console, is like, they don't know. No, I'm like, man, fuck them people. Like nobody got time for that. Look, hey, this is what's happening. This is what you need to do. Stop. Oh, but it takes us time. And like, oh, my way, all that. Like Brother Todd said, it's after midnight. Like, come on, man. Like, we got to stop that shit. You know what I'm saying? So that we can all basically have exactly what it is that we need. However, let's see. You know what? I guess what I'll do in true fashion also, let me go back to the Lawful Living Telegram. I know I invited Sis to come on through. Let's see. Where did I? Didn't I share with Sis? Okay, yeah, I did. I guess I'll let our Lawful Living loved ones come through if they choose. Copy. And this is where we'll be able to dispel a lot of beliefs. All the beliefs are unnecessary, right? Make sure it's known how unnecessary it actually is, honestly. Let me do this also. Give me 2 seconds. Make sure I have this come on out also. All right, so let us get it. Where are you, bro? Which one is it? Oh, it's this one that's co-hosted, right? All right. So that way we can just get it to the get. Let me go to the Telegram and Lawful Living, and anybody wants to come in on there. You know, a lot of people have different perspectives. However, we've taken the time to really study this science and have what it is that we actually need to have. We do not amalgamate nor seek to amalgamate with not only the pale-skinned nations of Europe, and that's not being rude or mean. That's really just saying we seek not to amalgamate the mindsets, because once we've come into the truth pertaining to our nationality and birthright, there's no need to mingle with Negro, blacks, and colors. It's really not. It's really no need to do that. There's no need to have any sympathy for them either. We let the dead bury the dead. All righty. So people that are dead in their mindsets and, oh, well, you got to go along and get along with the Negro, black. No, you don't. No, you don't. Let the dead bury the dead. Let them be dead, clearly. You know what I mean? However, what we're going to do is we're going to get started. I know. I mean, my baby, she's like, well, they don't know. And it's like, I know, babe, but fuck them. That's fine. Like, I know that sounds mean, but it's not, guys. It's not. Because check it out. If you're trying to help somebody, what's up, Malika? Peaceful greetings to you.
I thought I was on mute.
No, you're good. You're good, sis. You're good. So it's like, okay, if you know something, like I'm from near the Baltimore Corporation, right? And when people try and wean off their heroin, they either go to a Butte program or get some meth, right? You know what I mean? A methadone clinic. They go to the methadone clinic. You're not about to sit here and have somebody wean off of dope by still having them participate in dope fiend circles. That don't make sense.
Exactly.
Come on, man. That doesn't fucking make sense. So you're being Moorish American and you want to have sympathy? No.
That's like
sympathy.
Pardon the interjection. That's like busting out shot glasses and liquor at the AA meetings.
Why would we do that?
At where?
Because baby steps, remember? Let me get a little bit of Hennessy. Let me get a little bit of Hennessy with my coffee. Let me get a little bit of rum with my milk. Let me get a little bit, a little bit of cocaine with my Frosted Flakes.
Yo, that is hilarious. Actually, like, what the fuck? That's wild though. Like, that's fucking accurate.
Remember, everybody can't quit cold turkey, right? You gotta wean. You gotta.
That's true.
Sometimes
I feel like that's still an excuse, Malik. I'm sending to your Telegram directly.
It can be, right? It can be.
Yeah.
But I think taken in context, like there are certain drugs that you should not, because it's a horrible, like you die, right? If you just quit.
Yeah.
And I think that this is as close to that scenario when you talk about the capitalistic system, the parasitic system. It is one of those that is similar to that. If you stop completely, not saying you will die, because it's not an actual addictive substance, but you can die, if that makes sense. In that, or you could feel close to dying, because
if you stop being black too fast.
Stop being black too
if
fast.
you stop slavery too quickly, right?
If you stop being a slave too fast.
Yes. And I'm just trying to put it in perspective, right? We don't have to agree, right? But I try to have compassion, right, for people who are not ready, willing, or able to be cold turkey and to stop being a slave, right? Freedom can be very scary.
It's much easier
because you have to take full responsibility.
So hold on. It's much easier to willingly take the pain of something that doesn't benefit you than to let go of something that has not been benefiting you so you can do better. That's also what I'm hearing.
Well, they believe that
remember, we're comparing it to the substances that you suffer more if you try to go cold turkey. You suffer. We're comparing it to this type of stuff, because not all substances are like that, right?
In that comparison, that's fair.
Because we are talking about people's livelihood here, right? There's some people who go, oh, well, let me try to figure out how to get rid of this credit card bill, right? And then they realize, oh shit, I work as a debt collector. You see what I'm saying? Like you're going to go to work tomorrow still after you have that realization. You're still going to get on that phone and try to collect a debt from somebody, even after realizing whether it's a day before, a week before. Like I am part of the problem because I went to try to get rid of my own credit card bill and I realized, well, shit, I work at a bank anyway. Like me, when I used to work at Wells Fargo. Right. I used to work at the bank.
Yeah.
And then I realized the bank is who's robbing everybody. And it's like, I had a mortgage. I had a mortgage at the time, right? My own imaginary mortgage. But I still quit the bank anyway, cold turkey. I was like, I'm not coming back here. F this, right? So I had to figure out what else I'm going to do once I realized I was part of the problem. Now, I'm a cold turkey motherfucker. I will stop doing anything today. I will risk dying to not do something as soon as I realize my ways. If I realized that I was, doing something that I may have thought because I didn't really consider it was a good thing. And then once I started considering from another perspective, I realized it's not a good thing. That's how I took my children out of school, like immediately. My husband showed me the stuff about 9/11 and I burst into tears and went through my whole grieving process of
oh shit, what you saw, Zeitgeist? What you saw, Zeitgeist?
I did see, well, he was actually showing me the recreations of how the plane would have, if it was a plane, how it would have had to hit the Pentagon to create the resulting effect. Okay. What it would have had to have been. So he showed me those videos, and then, he was in the Air Force, so he knows planes. So, I mean, that was what he was just like, look at this, and allowed me to go through my whole grieving process of, oh my God, fuck this government. I'm taking my kids out of school tomorrow. And at the end of the couple of things he showed me, I was like, I'm going to ruin our lives, right? He's like, I'm not going to be able to do anything that I was doing yesterday, is what I realized that day. And there's people who are going to realize that, and they're probably not going to be at the income level that I was at when I made that decision. And it's still going to be more difficult for them to make the decision of today is the last day of my slavery. Today is the last day I'm going to let the financial institutions educate my children. Today is going to be the last day, because even when I made that decision, our children still had like 2 months left of school. And I decided that they weren't going to eat anything from the school cafeteria at all. I was like, I'm going to take the next 6-7 weeks. I think it was about 7 weeks they had left. I was like, I'm going to take the next 7 weeks and figure out what exactly we are going to do next, because it's not going to be this. And I hope that helps everybody to relate to the people who say things like baby steps, who say things like, there has to be a hybrid way. There has to be some type, and there isn't.
I get that for people that aren't for me, since I know what it takes, and this is why most of this presentation, 96% of it, is directed to those that say they've declared and proclaimed their nationality and they're Moorish American, right? There's already a protocol that's kind of already set up, and it's real simple. It's sit your ass down and study. That's really what it is. It's real simple. So I will say, though, maybe it wasn't the best for me to see, but I accepted it. When I came into this information and taking nationality and birthright seriously, even though I learned about birthrights and nationality when I was doing, I think in the 3rd grade, we studied the Maasai tribe, the Kikuyu tribe. Is another tribe near Kenya. There's many of them, so-called families, right? Because tribe is family, unless you're statutorily speaking tribe, which is something totally different. However, when I learned about nationality, then I didn't take nationality and birthright seriously till about a little over 8 years ago. And once I saw what it took, and I was listening to the blog talk radios of Mother Ross Mariah, watching these videos of C. Freeman L, and then 3 months later, looking at Brother Taj's videos, I'm actually glad I never held a job longer than 4 months in my life. I'm glad I didn't have a bunch of freaking friends and had to be seeming like I'm dedicated to the streets, even though, because prior to, that I've had, and got loved ones who already told me, look, yo, you see what we do in the streets, just stay in them books. Okay, cool. But I still did what I needed to do. Just nobody knew. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, it kept me from ever being seen or noticed. I thrive being nobody. That's actually how I thrive. I thrive being nobody. You know what I mean? So with that being said, once I saw what the law was, what things had to be, how the order had to be, I was like, oh, okay, this is pretty simple, pretty easy. And then when I came across different beings that was like, yo, this is kind of tough. How do you still operate, even though, like, we know that's a business term. How do you still operate and still survive? And it's like, it's funny because I never had that problem. I didn't have the mortgage and the excessive rent, things like I didn't have that shit. You see what I'm saying? Blame it on me being raised and being spoiled. Now I had a decision when I got across this information, either to be a womanizing douchebag or share this information freely with the people as I do. And yeah, I chose not to be a womanizing douchebag. You know what I mean? I really chose to do what I needed to do, share this information. And
was that a difficult decision? I asked because there's a lot of womanizing douchebags, so I'm wondering if that was the easy
for
decision
me,
or the hard decision.
why it wasn't hard for me? The reason why it wasn't hard for me, because I was already, when it came to the streets, if I wasn't doing, other things that aren't the best things to talk about, I was selling my own music. I was making things with my own hands and going out and selling it. Especially when it came to music, I'm providing the hood with instrumentals so they can start using industry beats so they can make their mixtapes. You see what I'm saying? I was crossing, barriers that most people couldn't, because again, I'm nobody. Who really knows me? So all I ever had was my balls and my word, as it said. You see what I'm saying? And it always checked out. It always checked out. It always checks out, even currently. So with that being said, it's like, all right, at the end of the day, I can do this. Gesundheit, babe. I can do this. You see what I'm saying? I can really do this. So now when it came
so you are spoiled because you have gotten into a habit from very early on in your life of having to depend on your strengths, your independent ability to make. Hey, look, if you add every job I've worked at my entire life, it's less than 4 years.
Wow. Okay.
Okay.
Now, okay.
That's every single job, even the ones I've been at for 2 weeks. Okay. You add it all together, you're at less than 4 years in my whole life. And I one of my first jobs that I worked at the longest was when I was 16. So that just goes to show everybody. I worked as a Abercrombie and Fitch manager for a year. And I left Abercrombie to work at Wells Fargo for a year, and there you go. So a year when I was
Foot Locker for like 3 months. I was at Shoe City for like 3 months. I might have did a call center here for a month and a half, because I always look. It was only one job that I didn't get fired from, and that was
wow.
Yo, waiting tables was it. I love waiting tables because it's like trapping without having to look over your shoulders. I ain't gotta look over my shoulders when I'm serving. You feel me? So that's why I'm like, all right, that's cool. I can do this. You know what I mean? And I'm really fucking good at it. You know what I mean? That is the restaurant shut down. Other than that, I got written up for insubordination. Insubordination. Hold on, there's one more. Insubordination. That's usually what I got fired for.
Yeah, you know I left. Well, I left Wells Fargo. I left the Abercrombie because I had a senior manager in the same store that would tell me I'm disrespecting her because she's not higher up.
Oh, insubordination then. That's what they would tell me, but they would write it up as insubordination. They would write it up as disrespect, because that doesn't work when you go to get fucking unemployment. You know what I mean? You try to get unemployment insurance, they're going to use the words that will keep you blocked from getting that shit. So it was always back to, all right, let me go and holler at my man Mike McIntosh over East. Hey, look, y'all, I got at that time it was like 75 notes for 100 CDs, and then I'm marking that up 425%. Dope Boys wasn't doing what I was doing on their return. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm doing 425% on my return off of instrumentals I made. 425%. Nobody's making that in the music industry. And I mean nobody. And I'm doing that out of duffel bag, being at gas stations, 7-Elevens, front of McDonald's. I didn't give a fuck. I got kicked out of every mall near the Baltimore Corporation and escorted by security. That's how hard I go with guerrilla hustling, because that's what I'm good at.
This is why we have to have compassion for the people who feel like they're stuck in their jobs, or jobs, or whatever you want to call it, because that is all they know. You're explaining the side of it that you know, but you have a habit and a lifestyle of depending on your own mind, right? You gotta creatively, you gotta make it happen, and you're used to making it happen. So it's kind of like, if I'm in a position to have to make it happen, I'm gonna make it happen. But there's a lot of people who practice the opposite. They are only taking advantage of what is put in front of them. They're not getting out there and making it happen. And that is what I was saying about the having to take responsibility, because if you're not in the habit of exercising your faith, leaping without knowing exactly what's on the other side, right? It's going to be easy for those who started to do it when they were whatever age, if you will, but it's going to be more difficult for those, especially, I mean, like I said, I don't care. I already had all three of my kids when I did some of the wildest things you could think of. I don't know if you want to say it's because of them or in spite of them, but there are people that are going to use that same situation. Well, oh, I have children, or, oh, I have a significant other to worry about, so I'm not going to take that leap, even though, again, there is absolutely no way to avoid it. And even as slow as you might want to go, you're going to have to get to a chasm one day where you're going to have to take faith in yourself and leap out of this system. If not, you're just going to be stuck in it, and it's going to be you and your offspring and their offspring, and it's not going to end if someone doesn't stand up and take responsibility.
Word. Look, we're going to get started. Malika, stick around, because I know you're going to really enjoy this. We're going to go in. I sent it to your Telegram. I just messaged you to show you my notes of what we're going to go over, so you can see the itemized list of what we're going to go over. But that's just so I know the next part I'm going to or whatever. But this is definitely still improv. Brother Derek Glash Bey, happy holy day to you. 7, Judah Elbey, Islamism, they say. All righty, Islam to you, happy holy degree. Brother Paragon, RICO, Paragon Debo. Sorry, that's Brother R, all right? He says, happy holy Venus degree to all mothers and sons in attendance. Mother Sahar, hey, Mother Sahar. Peaceful greetings to everyone and happy holy day. JM from across the pond. Can't save them if they don't wake up, right? She says that twice, right? That prevents me from saying you could say that again, as you already did. You already typed it twice. Michael Ford says, Islam Moors, happy holy day. Mother Sahar says, since we're talking about the Bible, a little leaveneth the whole lump, quote unquote. Right? That's very true. The really harsh way, I guess some could say, is like, would you drink your water with like a little bit of shit in it? Of course, people would say no. I'm talking about actual like poop. Would you, just let me take this little tiny microscopic bit of poop and drop it in your water?
Yes.
No, you're not going to drink that shit. You know what I mean? Because you'll probably end up with some type of dysentery or fucking, what do they call it? Gastroenteritis, right? Michael says that's simple, and Tyro Base says Islam. So look, this is what we're about to do. We're about to do our invocation. Then you guys can see here we're reading in the Moorish Holy Temple of Science, administrative functions. I'm going to do our invocation in turn, the Moorish American prayer. You guys know that I want to do that. Brother R is going to do the first letter to be read in every meeting, and then I'll do the second letter to be read in every meeting, and then we're going to go in on you using ye Bibles to condemn the government. Mother Malika has some documents that has what we're going to go over particularly, because I went back to the CPS video. It's like my second or third time looking at it, Malika. Like when you first go into the CPS, cancel CPS class, and looking at the first video, and it's like, man, like that joint right there, it really hits differently the more and more I watch it, because I'll go back and watch videos over and over and over again, because I already know that the more I watch it, the more I'm going to see something else, or I know how the universe works. It may have been something that I went through in the day, and then when I go back and look at something that pertains to what I went through in that day, I'm going to make a connection. There's going to be another Akashic download. So, and I think in one of the cancel CPS documents that you have within the law docs, and in many other ones too that are there, you have 24, Deuteronomy 24:7. You know what I mean? There also. You know what I'm saying? What'd you say, brother? Yeah.
You talking to me?
No. I thought you were saying something.
I was just saying. That's fine. I was saying I'm familiar with the Makachi downloads. I'll be having them.
It's Islam. So like Deuteronomy 20, chapter 24, verse 7, or degree 24, minute 7, right? Is what we're going to go over, in some of the documentation that Mother Malika shares in condemning the government, right? Using the Bible. And what is government? We're going to look that up too. So I've already got it itemized on what we're going to look at. We're not going to belabor this. We're not going to take long, right? We want to leave you guys with a demonstration via this presentation to show you, look, this is how you study. This is how you take these books and leave the dogma alone. Like, leave that shit outside. Like, anybody that's here that's got dogma inside of them, right? Just purge that shit real quick. Stick your finger down your spiritual throat and get that shit up out you, all right? And then leave it outside the door, and so that you can be able to take in what we're about to share with you today, all righty? So with everyone, we're going to stand facing east, standing like Prophet Noble Drew Ali. At least we see him standing here handsomely in his Moorish Sharif Fez and his Abba, standing Dugard, his feet on a 45. However, we will have our hands, all 5 appendages on the left hand extended, just the index and middle on the right as we face east, which is symbolic pertaining to the metaphysical east. Metaphysical east is within, so we're going to go within. However, we're going to face directional east in doing so. And you guys can repeat after me, either aloud or in your heart, as we do our invocation in term the Moorish American prayer. Islam. Allah, the Father of the universe.
Allah, the Father of the universe.
Father of love.
Father of love.
Truth.
Peace. Freedom. And justice. Allah
is my protector.
My
guide.
And my salvation.
By night.
And by day.
So his holy prophet. Noble Drew Ali. Ameen, y'all. So now we're gonna zoom on out and take it to the first letter to be read in every meeting is here in Moor Temple of Science Administrative Functions, pages 84 and 85. Our beloved brother, to whom we are well pleased, Brother R. Muwaba Bey. I yield the floor to ye, for ye are reading. Islam.
The following is a letter written by Prophet Noble Drew Ali on the 18th day of January, 1928 AD. He commanded that it be read before every meeting. Moor Science Temple of America, Home Office 3603 Indiana Avenue, Noble Drew Ali, founder, Chicago, Illinois, January 18, 1929. To be proclaimed in every meeting. Dear brother Islam, I am glad to know that I have a few faithful Moors among you all, and I desire for them to know the truth and the divine truth. There is a host of jealousy, quote unquote, about me and the movement now by the same people of our side of the nation that claim it was only a joke and unreal. But now, since they have found out from the government officials and the nations of the earth that this is the only sole foundation that all Asiatics must depend upon for their earthly salvation as an American citizen, they are working every scheme that they can to disqualify me, so that they themselves may take charge of the situation. I have notified all these things to you long ago in the past. It is through the faithful Moors that contribute to the movement and uplifting funds The ones that paid their divine respect to me and the movement will be remembered. That is why I'm calling upon all faithful Moors to increase their faithfulness to me, your prophet, and your divine Moorish movement. I need finance and I need it bad. Never before have I needed finance as badly as I do at present, that I may shove aside the discord that is facing the nation. It all comes through jealousy because of my fame and nobility, quote unquote. The nations of the world will not recognize the movement without me, the prophet, being the head. It has been proven by my work in which I have performed in the last few months, because I was at the governor's inauguration to represent the Moorish Divine and National Movement, and I will be at the inauguration of President Hoover for the same cause. Noble Drew Ali.
Islam. Second letter to be read in every meeting where it's coming from the Moorish literature, excerpts from the Moorish Guide newspaper. As you see there again on page 12, Prophet Noble Drew Ali standing due guard handsomely in his Moorish shirt, he says Abba, and on a 45, right? The second letter to be read in every meeting, though, however, is to his left, but our right, on page 13, the divine warning by the Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Prophet warns all Muslim governors, ordered to read proclamation at each meeting. I hereby inform all members that they must end all radical agitating speeches while at work, in their homes or in the streets, and on the internet, right? We are for peace and not destruction. Stop flashing your cards at Europeans. It causes confusion. Remember, your card is for your salvation. Failure to obey these orders will be of severe consequence. We are love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And when these principles are violated, justice must then take its course. Any member or group of members who hold malicious feelings toward the temple or the prophet, or violate the divine covenant of the Moorish movement, will receive their reward from Allah for their unjust deeds. All true Moors will and must obey the laws laid down to them by their prophet. If they lose confidence in their prophet, they should turn in their card and button, cease wearing their turban and fez, and return to the state where I, the prophet, found you. This is a holy and divine movement founded by the prophet Noble Drew Ali. And if the prophet is not right, the temple is not right. The prophet, therefore, is sending out a divine plea to all Moorish Americans that they do their part in protecting their prophet and the temple. This is an everlasting movement founded by the prophet through the will of Allah to redeem its people from their withoutful ways, right? From their sinful ways. By order of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Very interestingly, too, I know that I will be getting into this Metaphysical Bible Dictionary. I already have a list of things we want to go over. However, before we get there, that's a guys going to show you guys the notes. Going over Deuteronomy 24:7, right? However, the introduction, I'm going to start out first. I'm going to share, I took pictures before we got started. I'm going to go over oral statements and prophecies of Noble Drew Ali, Sheikh Sharif Abdul Ali, number 153 and number 206. I think I mentioned in one of Malika's classes, I think it was Tuesday, I had mentioned, I had quoted Prophet Noble Drew Ali, really paraphrased. So I'm going to bring that one up. That's number 206. However, 153 is the reason why we're even titling this Impromptu Improv the way we are. Then we'll go into the new international version of the Bible, King James Version of the Bible, the 1599 Geneva Bible, the Amplified Version, as well as the Young Literal Translation. And we'll look at Deuteronomy 4:7 5 different ways, so that we can make sure we're comprehending what I'll bring up, and then we'll go over with these, as far as these vocabulary words right here that are the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary that I think are, necessary for us to, check them out. We'll also go in Henry Campbell Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition, and look up metaphysics on page 1142, right? It's PDF page 1218 out of 1956 pages. So with that being said, guys, let me go to these photos, right? Where's the photos? Photos right here, yeah. I see the photos. All righty. So oral statements and prophecies. Prophet Noble Drew Ali, El-Hajj Sheikh Sharif Abdul Ali. 153, right? Who wants to read 153? I yield. Go ahead, bro. This one.
Sister A. Brown L. of Temple number 4 and number 25 said that the Holy Prophet said, quote, "Don't throw away your Bibles because I am going to use them to condemn the government."
And we see what today's Impromptu Improv is titled, correct? We see that, correct? We can really clearly see. All right. So let's make sure we're comprehending this. All righty. So because we're about to show you how you use the Bible, and you don't do it by, banging tambourines and fainting in the floor after running around a building. And some guy on a microphone yelling loudly and breathing hard. That's not what happens. And the collection plate coming around 3 times. Not knocking what you're doing there. I'm just saying that's not how you use it.
What? No way.
I'm just saying. There's a more adept way in utilizing such.
I'm trying not to laugh so much on the mic so that if you do decide to use this clip, I don't come across like I'm one of y'all.
No, it's all good. It's all fun. Look, people know we're not actual assholes. That's not what we're doing. However, I do think that it is very therapeutic and medicinal to a certain extent to have fun with this. Yeah, there's a little bit of sarcasm and satire that goes with improvisation. Cool. However, we're not here to really offend anyone. What we're really doing is saying, stop worshiping your lower self so much that it prevents you from really rapturing your mind appropriately. Period. That's exactly what it is. You know what I mean? You really think I'm like, yeah, I say love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, but I'm gonna come out here and be an asshole and do radical and agitating speeches. I'm not doing a radical and agitating speech as much as I go, let's really see how this actually sounds if we say it this way.
I know what I mean? When you put that thing in that clip, everybody else know what I'm talking about.
Hey, I don't think it when we B-roll and do our things, because first of all, let's just tell the truth here. We're one of very few. I don't really think there's many Moorish groups that are out there, so to speak. Most people are taking other people's content and posting it. We make our own. The only thing sometimes, if we're not using our own music that we actually write and produce ourselves, we may utilize someone else's music. Make sure they get the credit. You know what I mean? Other than that, we're using our own material. Seriously, and then which makes you a part of it. You're part of the material, Malika. You see what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, like I think it's some of the best material on the internet. Not just because I'm a part of it. I can see it's original. No one else is doing, especially what we're doing today. Nobody does what you're doing in the jurisprudence gym. Why do Moorish Americans have to come to the jurisprudence gym? Because they're not doing this shit anywhere else. So yeah, I'm going to be satirical about it just a little bit because it's funny. I like it. You know what I mean? Little Mad TV and SNL, more science style. So with that being said, we're going to go to number 206 now, right? Or Statement and Prophecy number 206. I yield the floor. It's long.
So, Brother O. Peyton Bey of Temple number 4 and Temple number 4 and 25 said that the Holy Prophet said, quote, "If someone assaults you, flee from him. If you cannot flee from him, turn around and drop the world on him." End quote. If someone assaults you, run from him. And if you cannot escape from them, turn around and let them have a heavy blow with your fist. It's funny.
Now, there's a way to preemptively drop the world on people. It's by condemning the way that your mind is being ruled. A lot of people will do and say things out of cultural practice and belief, subcultural. Let me call it, not cultural. It's because it's not real culture that these people are. They're practicing animal husbandry.
Quasi-culture.
Yeah, quasi-cultural. Yeah, there we go. It's quasi-cultural, right? It's as if it's cultural, right? And again, I have no sympathy for quasi-cultural behavior. Because there's so many things out there that shows you not to act and be that way. Just because people wear white t-shirts, jeans, and Timberlands on TV and act out in something called Boys in the Hood or something, that doesn't mean you have to take that on. You don't have to do that. Just because, you know, Chris Rock plays Pookie in New Jack City, you don't have to go be a free-basing asshole. You don't have to practice what you see. What's wrong with being your best, dressing your best, being your higher self? Are you allergic to a fez? Are you allergic to a turban? Are you allergic to wearing garments? Oh yeah,
can I speak to that real quick?
Turban from?
Can I speak to that real quick?
Yeah, go right ahead.
So the other day I had this thought. I was like, because I don't know if you know, sometimes when you're meditating, you feel the pressure right here, like in between your. All right, so I was thinking like, is it possible that they're using the technology from the phone that's trying to connect with that? You know what I'm saying? And then I was thinking like, well, as far as like chemtrails or chemicals or, you know, whatever being sprinkled in the sky or whatever dropped on the masses for whatever reason, and the whole camera thing, the fez covers that up right there. So you're looking at the phone, you know what I mean? My shit is covered. A turban does the same thing. And on top of that, I mean, I learned the word turban or fez a long time ago when I came into the movement. One of the main reasons was to keep your energy a certain way, because energy escapes from the head a certain way. And on top of that, because of everything that they're spraying, you don't really want that stuff just landing on your skin or on your head. You know, whatever's they're putting out there, you know what I mean? It's bad enough that we're breathing it and that we have to consume certain things, you know what I mean? So yeah, it's not just like, oh, I got a turban or I got a fez on because I think I'm this or I think I'm that. Like, there's actual science behind it too that people don't really comprehend, you know what I mean? There's a reason that our ancestors did things a certain way. So
yeah, I mean, I don't mind wearing our ancient foremothers and forefathers headdress and being in honor. And I know some people are, well, Brother Taj wears a cap. That's his decision. That doesn't mean that I agree with it. Ooh, Hasan said he doesn't agree with real knowledgeable Moor wearing a fez. Go fuck yourself. I don't care, because that's not my choice. I'm not a fucking copycat. I think for myself. I've always been that way. That's why I create the way that I do. That's why I move how I move. I'm not a fucking clucker. Period. Nor am I going to make the excuse, well, I don't want the people to be intimidated around me. That's their fucking low self-esteem, not mine. I'm not responsible for you feeling intimidated with me and my garments and having my fez on. Get over yourself. That's your fucking problem. Period.
There's a lot of things that we could say are intimidating that they deal with, that people deal with. It's intimidating when a cop stops you with a pistol on his hip and starts demanding shit from you.
2 seconds too, bro. I'm so glad I'm seeing this comment. Wendy, make sure you stick by, because we're gonna make sure. Because if you're still in belief by the time we're done this presentation, you're spiritually dead. You're never going to make it. You may have to come back into the next lifetime and get this. However, is the I am to call upon? Yes. But I don't know if you look at Jesus as the I am identity and God as to call upon in the divine mind. All right. Even Mary tried to give you a hint. It's the God in me. Right. But if you still want to believe in some sky daddy outside yourself, and you want to believe you're a woman that comes from some man's rib, you're technically a spiritual idiot. Don't be offended. I'm just being honest. Because the truth is stern and don't change nor pass away. You got to work on not being offended based on your ignorance. If you're ignorant, just be like, oh, well, hell, I didn't know that, brother. Let me just sit back and not get offended and learn. But if you want to sit here and throw a temper tantrum in the chat, I'm just saying that's not what you're doing. You're well behaved as it is right now. I'm just letting you know who I am and how I'm going to present this thing. I don't care about your belief feelings. Belief is for fools and babies. So if you're still in belief and you're well in like your 40s, 50s, and you said, woo, Jesus, Mary, Joseph, and all the animals in the nativity scene. Really? That's where you are? You can't bring yourself from, the teat and start feeding from the meat from the trees, not the meat from lambs and fish and goats and chickens, not that kind of meat. That's cannibalism. I don't care what you think or say. You're here to wash yourself of that stinking thinking. Your brain has been dirtied with collection plate, tambourine, shaking, organ playing bullshit. And if you can't be scholarly enough, you can proceed to being offended. That's your choice. That's you tormenting yourself. It doesn't bother me. It's not going to bother me. That's real compassion. Real love will not enable you to keep being a dumbass. I don't enable habits. I applaud progress. All right. So let's move forward. Deuteronomy 24:7, New International Version. I usually don't use this one, but it's so good because of the vocabulary words that are going to follow after this. All righty, guys. So I hope you guys got pen and paper. I know you guys might have saw my notes already, and use this to fucking free yourself. All righty. I'm not a Bible toting, beating people up with the Bible. We're using this to condemn the way that your mind has been ruled. A lot of you are out here thinking there's some sky daddy, some guy that was nailed to 2 pieces of wood by 3 nails and had a crown of thorns on his head. You cannot analyze astro-Masonic lore. You really think the poetic fiction was something that existed 2,000 years ago. Stop it. Please stop it. You sound like an idiot. I'm not saying that the things we're going to read do not take place inside human beings and may have been characterized by different human beings throughout time. I'm not saying that, because what you're going to see is how this Bible is to be used. You know how I learned how to use this Bible? By analyzing the Vedic texts of those near Sindh. Sindh has been termed Hindustan and also India. All righty. When analyzing those texts and seeing how it's preserved, it made me immediately realize to go back and look at the Bible, the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary, along with Veritas, the Tablet of Memory, and the Celestial Atlas. And when I put it all together, I realized, wow, the Bible is supposed to be used as you recognizing the different levels of consciousness that you go through and grow through. And it's also in harmony with your endocrine system. But a lot of you don't hear that from the you don't hear that. You just hear live, right? Oh, I done had some time. Oh, I believe. You got a John Peter key the fuck out of here. We're not doing that today. In your presence by myself, right? It's you and me, Lord, no one else, right? And I don't have to say a whole lot.
Hey, Brother Hasan.
Uh-huh.
I just wanted to touch up on something you just said.
Mm-hmm.
To my understanding, what you just said is that you could kind of use the Bible to kind of reflect things that you're going through at that time in life.
Oh, you will definitely see that when you look at the names, places, and different things that are mentioned in the Bible, they are nothing but levels of consciousness tied to your endocrine system. Everybody is Jesus, because Jesus is the I am identity. You'll see. I don't think we've left these, at least in this. I'm pretty sure this is going to be part 1. I don't think we left anything out. And this is to help you and others that are out there and me to continue in my studies even further to make sure that we don't go into dogma belief system. And this helps you to be able to organize yourself inwardly so that you can outwardly beat these people trying to use documentation in their administrative practices to take from you and your loved ones. That's how you use the sword or words.
What's the definition of indicrit, Brother Hasan?
Say that again.
You said it's a indicrit.
Endocrine system. ENDOCRINE. Endocrine or endocrine system. Which when people be like, oh, you talking about the 7 chakras, it's all tied to it. Right? Etymology of endocrine, secreting internally. Talk about walking on water, right? Cerebral spinal fluid, as they call the Kundalini energy, because of the spiraling of that fluid going up and down your spine, and it washes over the medulla oblongata. Now you're walking on water, secreting internally.
Jesus.
All right.
Proving again that you are the I am identity.
So when it comes to having clean waters roll through you, throughout your body, right? And having that energy flow through you, and your heart being the liquid compressor that it is. As the flow happens inwardly and outwardly, artery and vein. You will be able to recognize that the whole time that the law is I.
Secreting has the word secret in it.
Just like secretaries, secret,
yes.
Aries,
secret.
Right?
Makes sense.
Aries is the first sign in the zodiac. So to have and the prophet Noble Drali says in the old statement and the prophecies, everyone must have a secret. Guys, are you recognizing? It's not about the group. The group can't be a group if everybody's not recognizing the Jesus within themselves. It's impossible.
Right. That's why most groups fail when the so-called leader gets removed for whatever reason, because everybody was looking without instead of in.
Being sinful. Yes, being sinful.
They were being sinful, right? Because in Moorish Latin, the word without is what?
Sin.
S-I-N with an apostrophe over the I. I mean, an accent, pardon me. Over the I. So yes, Malika is absolutely correct. So we have to stop looking outside of ourselves. That's why when we face east when doing the Moorish American prayer, it's symbolic to looking within, because east metaphysically denotes within. Deuteronomy 24:7. Let's get through these 5 versions and quickly. You guys are going to enjoy this. Go ahead, bro. I yield.
The heart is the nearest place to meet him.
The heart is the nearest place to meet Allah. And to me, according to my studies thus far, Allah is all balanced law pertaining to the zodiac. Because Allah is feminine. Ooh, ain't too many kneeling down 5 times a day guys saying that, are they? They're too busy trying to have Allah cover everything except her eyes. The fuck? Oh yeah, we're gonna be real today, as we are every day. However, I'm just being pointed about it. I'm like a flashing neon sign and an elephant in the room holding it up.
Islam. If someone is caught kidnapping a fellow Israelite and treating or selling them as a slave, the kidnapper must die. You must purge the evil from among you. So, yeah, that makes sense to me.
They don't like when we put this in our notices. They don't like that.
No, I think it's great. That's what inspired this. I was like, Malika, you got to join us today because I'm going to go in on this shit. I'm going to go in on it because wait till we get to the Young's literal translation.
I have a hater specifically that made a subreddit for us, and his complaint, his major complaint is how willing we are to stand up against these people, so-called LEOs, to the point of lethal protection. Okay, he doesn't like that.
Oh, he's a bitch ass. Got it.
I don't understand the draw of turning over on your back and tucking your tail and meowing or purring or something. I don't even know, just because they're allegedly law enforcement. I don't understand that. To me, this is simple.
Are they law enforcement?
I don't care who you are. If you're doing this, what this says right here, it doesn't say, oh, you're exempt if you're wearing a uniform.
No, it says they must die.
Just to be clear.
If a man be found stealing any of his brethren, uniform or not, shiny badge or not, of the children of Israel, and maketh merchandise of him, or selleth him, then that thief shall die. And in their statute, shall is mandatory.
Mandatory. I want you to pay attention to that too. That's great that you pointed that out. Because watch, you're going to see what it says from the NIV to the KJV. Next, we're going to go into the 1599 Geneva Bible. Watch when we get to the YLT, which is the Young's literal translation, where Robert Young spent 53 years of his life doing his best to literally translate the Old Testament, which is in Hebrew, termed Hebrew, and the New Testament, which is termed in Greek, right? The old body in mind and the new body in mind, right? Old Testament, old body in mind. New Testament, new body in mind. But definitely hold on to that. That was an excellent point to make, bro. All right, let's go to the 1599 Geneva Bible, right?
Let me finish that sentence though, because it was still.
Oh, pardon me.
And thou shalt put evil away from among you. Thou shalt put evil away from among you. But I think am I interpreting that right? That it's saying, obviously this dude is evil, so get rid of him, basically get him off the planet or whatever, and then basically clean that off of you because you just had to, you know what I mean, you had to get grimy with him, you know what I mean, for the better of all, right? So that's cleanse yourself because you just
affirmative.
Huh?
No, go ahead. What'd you say?
Well, because I'm clear that everything is one, right? And that even when you hurt others, you're actually hurting yourself too. Like it hurts you to hurt others, whether you know that or feel it or are conscious of that or not. So if you have to kill someone because they're raping babies or doing some crazy shit that we don't need on this planet, then at the end of the day, whatever little karma or negative energy you get on you, it's telling you to cleanse yourself, is what it's saying, right? And thou shalt put evil away from among you. You know what I mean?
See why Prophet Noble Drew Ali said, "Come, all ye Asiatics of North America, hear the truth about your nationality and birthrights." Let me fast forward. So that you may learn to love.
Instead of hate.
So that, let me do it slower. So that you may learn to love instead of hate. Do you guys hear Prophet Noble Drew Ali publishing that you're natural born fucking haters? That's what I hear. That's what I see when I read it. That you naturally come out hating. And the first schoolroom is the womb. So where did you learn hating from?
Mama.
All day, every day. So this is why you need to put that evil away from among you, so you don't perpetuate it within the next generation.
Yeah, exactly.
You make a race of babies that hate the ladies. If you need to hear it like that, Pookie and Ray Ray and Boom Quisha. See, look, I cater to a little bit of the Negro black coloredness there. Anyway, that was the jokes, guys. Well, not really. I'm fucking serious as a motherfucker. But that was the whole satirical funniness. All right, let me hit this search button there for the Geneva 1599 Geneva Bible, right? I know you're gonna like it's saying the same thing. No, make sure you pay attention.
If any man be found stealing any of his brethren, that you already know what I'm thinking when I see that because of the fact that I stumbled across brethren. Right?
I can't wait till we go over the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary, bro. I can't wait. Because people want to see they've been hating themselves.
If any man be found stealing any of his brethren of the children of Israel, and maketh merchandise of him, or selleth him, that thief shall die. So shall thou put evil away from among you. So
the Amplified version. I'm listening.
It's telling you that you should also keep evil from around you, up to the extent of taking their life.
And eradicating the thought from being within your own thinking to do so.
I just seen someone say, I'm limiting my time with negative people. It draws too much energy. Something like that.
Yo, bro, this is the amplified version now. We're at the fourth version.
If a man is caught kidnapping any of his countrymen from the sons of Israel, and he treats him violently or sells him as a slave, then that thief shall die. So you shall remove the evil from among you.
So in other words, this is also saying stop being and or do not be the man caught kidnapping, because you shouldn't even be doing it from the first place, let alone get caught doing it. Young's literal translation, all the way at the bottom, YLT, Robert Young's literal translation. This is my favorite one right here. You're about to see why this is my favorite one.
The man is found stealing a person of his brethren, of his five senses, of the sons of Israel, and hath tyrannized over him and sold him, then hath that thief died.
But and that right there, hold on. Read that part again? Read
then
those.
Then so hath is like has today. In today's translation, hath would be has, right? Then has that thief died. So basically killed
right
himself.
There. Stop real quick. Let me just ad lib that part right there. So when you are somebody who's acting this way, robbing people of their children, making merchandise of your loved ones, right? You've already died because you thought to do the action. When you made the decision to do it and then acted upon it, you were already dead.
Because it says then
exactly.
So then is at that moment, then hath that thief died, and thou hast put away the evil thing out of thy midst.
Look, that's why I love the Young's literal translation, because he does his best to not transliterate. Transliteration is trying to get it to be comprehended by those speaking what they speak at the time that the transliteration was published. Translation means even if it don't sound right when you read it in English, this is how it was written.
Right. Which it's always supposed to not sound right depending on the language, because most of the languages are written backwards to Spanish or pardon me, English is written backwards in reverse to how they use their parts of speech. Right?
Correct. Or even the adjectives, like in Moorish Latin, the adjective comes after the noun.
Yeah, like if they say el vaso negro, that's saying the cup black instead of saying the black cup. So it's always, so if it's being translated, then it should always kind of seem a little odd to the English reader just because of the fact that they're not used to the parts of speech being placed differently.
Also, it's the same way as the personification, because for example, in English, we say we are hungry, like we are the thing. And in other languages, it says we have hunger. So it's temporary. The temporary thing that you have.
Mute your mic.
And we're saying that we are, and it's like you are not actually hungry. You're not it itself, right?
So you're good.
Yeah.
Y'all can unmute, and just the mother was talking. We could hear you guys. Go ahead, Mother Malika. So you were making a point of like.
Oh yeah, I was making the point of in English when we say we are hungry, and other languages say that they have the hunger.
Yeah. Tengo hambre.
Right, you have it.
Hambre, right.
You are not actually it.
Yeah, you can't be. Yeah, exactly. And that's so funny. That's funny you brought that up, because that's how people think generally now. Like,
yeah,
they think they are the person. They think they are the. You know what I mean?
Yes. Because that's how the language tricks our thinking. We're used to saying in English that we are the thing, not that we have the thing.
Like I'm happy. I am happy. I am.
Yes, I am happy.
And then in Spanish, it's like more like
lo siento.
I'm in a state of where I feel.
Yes, you feel it.
Estoy enojado. Estoy is like I'm in a state of basically of anger. Right.
Right.
You don't say you are angry. Only English says that.
Oh, hey, you know what's funny, because my Moorish Latin is a little, you know what I mean? It's a little off because of how I didn't grow up on the island, right, where most of the family's from and whatnot. So like when I speak to people now here, it's mainly a bunch of Mexicans, not really so-called Puerto Ricans, right? I say so it's funny because I would say that. I would say I am, you know what I'm saying, but in Spanish, and they'd be looking at me like, oh, you don't really know how to talk that shit. But it's like I do.
Well, because there's too many. That's your wisdom. There's two different types of I am. But go ahead, I hear.
Yeah, but still, in the Latin, there's no Latin language that says you are the thing.
Yeah.
You only say you feel it or you're in the state of it.
Right.
Or, you never say. So if you're coming from English trying to learn the language, you're probably gonna say you are the thing, and the native language people are gonna look at you like, how is that even possible?
Indeed. No, that makes complete sense. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm glad we're even sharing this, going over this. And I trust you guys are taking notes out there, right? Mother Sahara did. She typed in the chat, endocrine system. Pituitary gland is the milk. Pineal gland is the honey. The land that flows with milk and honey, right? So the body that flows with its pituitary and pineal, right? Hypothalamus would be the third wise man. The three wise men is
and what's the milk?
It's in the chat. If you guys are on the YouTube too, you'll see it in the chat. But Mother Sahar said that the pituitary is the milk and the honey is the pineal. Three wise men: pituitary, hypothalamus, pineal. Those are the three wise men when it comes to pertaining to the bodily function. Those are the three wise men. When you are sincerely going into your studies far away from the dogma belief systems. Next, we're going to go into Henry Campbell Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition, metaphysics page. The term metaphysics is on page 1142, PDF page 1218 out of 1956 pages. And that's right here.
Black Law
page 1142.
Go back to it.
Yeah. We're going to say, when you guys comment, unless you comment here, mute your mics. All right. 1218. See, it's PDF page 1218 for those of you that are part of Prophet Noble Drew Ali University. You guys know it's always just a click away to be a part of Prophet Noble Drew Ali University. So you can go and check these references for yourself, right? Metaphysics, right? I yield the floor, beloved. Islam,
metaphysics, the science of being, the science which deals with ultimate reality. And that would be Vineland Trust Company versus Westendorf if you wanted a citation there and support.
So metaphysics, right? So now we're going to go to the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary by Charles Fillmore. Looky, Astro Cookie, right? In the first term that we're going to go over, we want to, because we just read those 5 different versions of Deuteronomy 24:7, Israel. So we're going to start. I know it's like, oh, it seems like it's out of order, but let's start with Israel. Then we'll get into brethren. You know what I mean? Bread is not that important, but we'll go into it. What else? Rights and river I had added. That's not really that important, but we can go into it so you guys can just add that to your vocabulary. But nor Solomon either. So bread, rights, river, and Solomon were just extras that we just kind of put in there or whatever, right? However, we figure we'll still just go over them so you guys can really get a grasp for it. And you'll see when we get down to God, we'll go over the etymology of God. However, we'll make sure you see what it is metaphysically also. So you guys can really comprehend how to see yourself. Man, know thyself and thy Father God Allah. Mind, know yourself and the process which Mother chose to call upon all balanced law pertaining to the zodiac. That's what this is. I know. These are Masonic secrets these brothers are giving. They're dropping these degrees on. We're sharing this with people that can competently see it, because as we speak, we know we speak like an open secret. It's open to those that are interested. It's secret to those who aren't. So we're only sharing this with those that have ears to hear and eyes to see. Period. That's who we're sharing it with. I'm not trying to share this with the ignorant. I don't care. If you're interested, that's great. If you're not, I'm not talking to you. All right. Page 446 out of 1,045 pages. Right? Let's get it. Hold on. I think I hit it one too many times. 446. Here we go. Israel, right? And you know, what we do is when we go into the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary, we'll see exactly like what is said. You know, we know Israel is it, you know what I mean? And this is what's actually being said in terms of Israel and things of that nature. Just because I'm screen sharing, probably is. So I probably won't do that again. So yeah, let's just let it go, right? All right. But the one we're interested in every time, you guys have to pay attention to when it goes into the metaphysical. You see there in italics, where it says metaphysical right here, right? That's what we're really looking for, so that we can comprehend how to deal with the science pertaining to ultimate reality, the science pertaining to being. Everything else outside of yourself is bullshit. Your belief system is bullshit. How you feel about some sky daddy, it's all bullshit. If you made it this far in this presentation, good for you, because you're ready to stop sucking on the tit of belief. Because belief is for fools and babies. Are you a fool? Are you an infant? Stop stepping like babies, especially if you're in your 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s. Stop it. Stop baby stepping. What is it, like a baby sorority and fraternity? And you got like baby canes and you're doing step shows and shit. That's the only baby step I could really agree with. No, it's not. Look, baby Q dogs and shit. Anyway, Israel, I yield, bro. Anytime you want me to read, I'll read. I know Brother Sean's here with us too, so I know he can do some reading also. Islam.
So the significance of the changing of Jacob's name to Israel is this: the mind controls the body through the nerves, and a great nerve, the sciatic, runs down the leg through the hollow of the thigh. The will acts directly through this nerve, and when the individual through his mentality or understanding, Jacob, exercises his I am, Jesus, right? Power.
Yeah, I am is Jesus. They funny, look, mentality or understanding is Jacob. So when they're talking about the tribe, the sons of Jacob, what? That means the thoughts or activities that come from mentality or understanding. Remember, mentalism, the all is mentalism. So you're really getting into your first Hermetic principle here. How you, bro?
Exercises his I am power upon the natural man in an attempt to make unity between spirit and the divine natural. There is a letting go of human will. Jacob's thigh is out of joint. A great light of understanding breaks in the struggling soul when it discovers that there is a divine natural body, and it clings to that inner life and strength, and eventually, when he says that inner life, I think like that's me. I'm that inner life that body is clinging to. I'm animating that, and strength, and eventually brings it to the surface in perpetual vigor. This is the significance of the blessing and the new name, Israel, one who has power with God and man, spiritual and material.
So the next word, you guys want to see how this all comes together, because that's not where you guys are going to have to connect the dots as we go through these words, and then we'll go back and look at Deuteronomy 24:7. All right. The next one, I think, is because it was brethren and of Israel, right? So we'll go there. And then children of Israel, I think, was important also. And then I think after that, we can go back to bread. No, we'll go to, Israel. We already did Israel. Israelites should be next, technically. But it said the brethren of Israel. So, or the brethren of the children of Israel. So I really think we should go into the children of Israel and brethren. So let's do brethren, then children of Israel. I think that's what we'll do, right? So let's go to page 170 now, right? Let's go to page 170, right? Brethren.
All right, brethren, 5, Luke 16:28. Metaphysical, the 5 seemingly material avenues of sense expression.
Hold on to that. So now, if any man is basically kidnapping the 5 seemingly material avenues of sense expression of the children of Israel. So let's go to children of Israel now. Let's see what children of Israel is. All right. Children of Israel is on page 193. So let's go there.
They're describing all the gaslighting that happens on TV, in the media of all kinds, of course, magazines, even the social media, all of that, everything. That's capturing the minds and the hearts of the children of Israel, brain dirtying them to make them think they are the slaves to the banksters, and we got to prostrate ourselves and go through all type of paperwork processes to validate ourselves to Moloch.
Oh, we're gonna go there too. I know you saw that in the list, right? But hey, Malika, you want to read
Brother Hasan? I have a quick question.
Yeah, I guess.
I have a quick question.
Islam?
Possibly added to Brother R's wisdom about brethren. Brethren, according to the King James Version in the dictionary section, means that all ye are be.
All ye are what?
All ye are.
So most people are their
seeming senses.
Of senses.
Right. Yeah, those because 5 seemingly senses. Yeah, all ye are, right?
When in mental bondage to sense consciousness, yes.
Right.
However,
that's when you're an Egyptian.
When one is an Egyptian.
Yeah.
Go ahead. What you say, bro?
I was gonna say that same thing. Yeah, when one is in Egypt, because Egypt is bondage to sense consciousness, and again, it's seemingly so. The senses they seem, because again, when you read chapter 1 of the Holy Quran, circle 7, it tells you that we went from like a spiritual plane to a plane of things made manifest, where the vibrations, the odors, the perfumes are perceivable seemingly, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm. Malika, you want to read Children of Israel? Hold on, go ahead. I didn't even cut your wisdom. What'd you say, brother?
No, I was just adding to what Brother R said. Seemingly, what do you say? Seemingly real, pretty much.
Yeah, seemingly indicates that it appears it's prima facie. Actually, it's colored.
Yeah,
colored, varnished, stained. Yeah. Indeed.
Malika, you want to read Children of Israel? Are you still that close to read it? Because I know sometimes she be in and out, or she's still moving around doing what she did. Malika going once.
Children of Israel
going twice. On one moment, Malika going thrice. All right, go and read.
Children of Israel, the thoughts of reality or the true ideas about being that have to be brought out of every part of a man's consciousness. These thoughts are brought down from the land of Canaan into Egypt, the flesh consciousness. And
see right there, from Canaan, it comes from Canaan. So that means we're going to go into Canaan. So what comes from Canaan? Okay, these thoughts. From Canaan. So that means Canaan isn't what we think it is. Not a land, it's an actual mindset, right? A consciousness.
Yeah.
Into Egypt. Egypt is mental bondage to sense consciousness, or the flesh consciousness. Go ahead, continue reading.
The flesh consciousness. And for a season are submerged in the fleshly realm or thoughts and form. Heaven, accordingly to Jesus, is within man. And with this understanding, we see that the escape of the Israelites from Egypt is paralleled by the escape of man from ignorance and materiality.
Jesus escape from Christ. What? Yeah, I know, right? Escape from what again?
Escape from the Israelites in Egypt is the same as escape from ignorance and materiality.
That's good. That's a good observation.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Which is why most people, when they come to lawful living, for example, or either one of us, they come to Malika, seriously, they come to you, they come to Brother R, they come to me, like anybody over these last few years, they'll be like, I don't get it, or I need to take baby steps. And it's like, no, you're in mental bondage to sense consciousness, and you need to Amistad your way out that shit. You need to give us free. You need to get out of there and be brought into Israel, and be an Israelite. An Israelite is not someone standing outside with a karaoke machine shouting out Bible verses. An Israelite is one who is in spiritual consciousness. That's how you really use this, man. You don't use it to take advantage of people in great congregations so you can collect Federal Reserve notes 3 times a service.
Right.
And again, I'm not knocking you guys. I'm just saying that there are beings who are Masons and Eastern Stars that fucking know this shit, but they're just milking. They're just pulling on the teats and udders of your paychecks, quote unquote paychecks, your seeming paychecks. All right, next.
Yeah, a check redeemable in notes is an altered instrument.
I know, right? Absolutely.
They're selling, right? They're selling the steps in between.
Hey, look at that.
That's what they're doing. Yo, that's what you realize that, right? They're trying to sell the step. We're saying you're gonna have to jump. You're gonna have to jump. And they're like, nah, you don't have to jump.
Indeed.
I'm gonna say these
you
steps
want to read this one? What
you gonna take you straight to hell.
Flat out. You want to read this one, Malika? You good? On this one, yay or nay? I'm going to take it. Malika doesn't want to read.
Sorry, I keep thinking I was unmuting. Just make it big. I'll read it.
Canaan. It's on this page and a little bit on the next page. Go ahead, I yield.
Canaan, Hebrew, realized nothingness, material existent, traffic in materiality, a merchant, a pirate, low, inferior, lowland.
Yikes.
Sound like a snake in the grass. The land that has given to the Israelites, the land that was given to the Israelites by God for an everlasting possession.
And
Genesis
B,
17:8, Deuteronomy
go ahead,
32:49, Joshua 14:1-5. B, a son of Ham, one of Noah's 3 sons, Genesis 9:18.
Now, what is it metaphysically? This is what it actually is. The science pertaining to being. What is it when it comes to the ultimate reality? What's Canaan?
The mind frame, the thoughts.
Well, it's metaphysical. I'm just saying, this one we can still read metaphysical.
Metaphysical, Canaan means lowland. That is the body consciousness. The redeemed body is the promised land. And when a man rediscovers his lost domain, all the promises of the scriptures will be fulfilled. Wow.
Islam.
It is not
Sounds
a
like
dream
chapter
that
one
man
right there.
is to possess an immortal body. It is a solid fact. In order to redeem the body, man must enter with his spiritual thoughts into his organism and teach it the saving truth. This is the symbolic teaching of Joshua 1.
That's fire right there.
That's why. So then when people be like, oh, well, Prophet Noble Drali had the old Canaanite temple because he wanted you to get rid of these old lowland ways of thinking. And that was near Trenton, New Jersey, right? New Jerusalem, Absagani, right? And at that time, Woodrow Wilson was the governor of New Jersey before, Prophet Noble Drali came near, where did he go? When he went near the Mecca, right? When he went near Chicago Corporation, right? And Prophet Noble Drew Ali, what he had did there was you saw the transition from lowland thinking to higher self thinking, went from old Canaanite temple to Moorish Holy Temple of Science.
Yeah, Holy Temple.
So I'm not saying that things in the Bible haven't ever manifested in reality. However, its foundation is within every sentient being. And the thing is all types of beings on this planet is described in the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary. So when people are like, oh, the Bible is one of the best-selling books in the world, because some people know how to use it and some people don't.
The redeemed body is the promised land. That one right there, it's hard because I keep saying that the mind is the heavens and the body is the earth. And when they talk about a new heaven and a new earth, that's your new mind and your new body, your redeemed body. That's when you know you made it to the promised land. It's metaphysical, it's spiritual.
Yeah. It's been that way the whole time.
When man rediscovers his lost domain, all the promises of the scriptures will be fulfilled. That's my favorite part right there.
And Brother Aura had mentioned when you read that, Malika, he had mentioned chapter 1 in the Holy Quran, divinely prepared by Prophet Noble Drali. Man will regain his lost estate in a conflict that can't be told in words.
Told in words, right? Because
so
it's telling
are you guys getting this?
Because it's telling you. See, this other part right here was captivating, where it says his spiritual thoughts. Wait. Man must enter with his spiritual, to me, is breathly, right? Thoughts, because spirit is breath. Thoughts into his organism. So that's the whole going east, going within, right? And teach it's the saving truth. So you have to have that saving truth thoughts first. So that means you have to purify your organism, due to the fact that you can't even perceive certain thoughts when your blood is dirty, when your lungs are not bringing in the proper oxygen, when your stomach has no rest because you're eating garbage all day. So when you begin to purify the organism, you begin to have different thoughts. Not only that, you'll work out blockages, energy blockages within yourself that will allow you to bring more energy into the body, more light, more information, more healing.
Salinity.
Islam.
Mother Delilah, peaceful greetings to you, beloved mother. Happy holy Venus degree to you also. Man will regain his lost estate, says Mother Sahar. Where I am right now, Trent, pardon me if I said Trent. I meant to say New Ark. I think Prophet Noble Jolly at Old Canaanite Temple near New Ark, like New Ark of the Covenant, New Ark, New Jersey. But shout out to you guys that are near the Trenton Corporation also. That is happening now, Sunshine says, and Sunshine also says happy holy day. Indeed, happy holy Venus degree to you also. So, Mother Malika, you want to continue reading? We also thank Canaan.
We also think of Canaan, lowland, as referring to the subconsciousness. Lee,
firstly, I think that's
firstly, it represents humbleness and receptivity. The land of Canaan, too, represents the unlimited elemental forces of being in which man is placed and to which he gives character through faith in God, his omnipresent spirit. To mystics, it is the same as the name of the invisible substance that surrounds and interpenetrates all forms, of which it is the mother.
It is the mother, right? So this is why we need to really see that Mary, Joseph, and Jesus are all within. Do you see why now? The reason why Mary became with child
Jesus
with
real.
Jesus is
I know the Lord is real to me. Dun, 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 dun,
to who? Hold on. Jesus is real to whom again? See, it's even in the lyrics. You see what I'm saying?
I feel it in my heart. Feel it in my soul.
See? It's all happening within. So
you know, one of the most powerful songs on there is the Electric Slide. When that woman is saying it's electric, she's teaching. She's teaching. From from that what she's singing that song, it's electric.
Hey, how's it going in there?
That's real.
Indeed.
Hey, brother. Hey,
you
brother.
wanted to add, brother?
Brother Hasan.
Yes.
Hey, I wanted to thank y'all for inviting us to this meetings with y'all, man. You know, this is our first time coming here, so.
Islam.
I didn't really know.
Man, we make sure we go in on the AstroCivics every Friday and Sunday, and we go into astrology every Monday and Wednesday on our YouTube channel. You guys should subscribe to the YouTube channel. Won't be disappointed. It's another one where we teach children astrology through puppets called AstroLogyStreet. So we got another separate YouTube channel there also. It probably should be on our Instagram actually too within the description. But it sounds like you guys are about to travel. You guys travel safely and enjoy your studies.
Hey, you said you already sent us the link for your YouTube.
Yeah, I think it's in Mother Nicole's DM because that's where I sent it to you guys.
All right. Well, like I said, we appreciate the service, man. I didn't know what to expect. They just said you was getting on, and we just wanted to jump on, man. I want to be able to become a part of the group, you know, and be able to grow together if possible.
Well, hey, like we said, man, we tell you like we tell everybody else, 18 months on RV Bay is something consistent. It's just that you guys are exposed now also to lawful living. So it's like you'll have to do it in tandem by making sure you're having exactly what, because that's why our foundation is strong as far as Iron Brother Aura. I'm pretty sure Malika can give you an account of why her foundation is strong as it is for her. You know what I mean? However, again, we specifically and firstly are speaking to even though we're speaking to everyone on the planet, but firstly, Moorish Americans, because they need this the most. Moorish Americans are in such disarray in their thinking that we do our best to share what is needed to bring them quicker to what it is that they need within themselves. And that's the first remedy that anyone can really have is within themselves.
Yeah,
we appreciate you guys for joining us. And
Right on.
Okay.
Also,
indeed.
if anybody seeking any counsel, definitely will refer y'all as well too. We appreciate all the counsel that y'all gave us and guidance. You know, we're helping us in the right direction.
Indeed. Well, you guys travel safely.
Yeah, we ain't traveling. We at home. Shit, but
okay. I thought you was leaving. It sounded like you was about to be out. We
about to get back to filing these notices and these complaints, and I'm saying with central management and doing all that. You know what I'm saying? We've been consumed lately with work, so you know, we ain't been moving at all, really. So
don't forget, I know it's you know, the times is rough and whatnot, but don't forget to have fun when you're doing what you're doing. Don't like, I know that we deal with these belligerent trustees on the daily or whatever. Don't let that be the reason that you just walking around, you know what I mean, feeling some type of way. Try to you know, try to find the happiness in within yourself during these times. Islam.
Yeah. Yesterday I was detained. Actually, you know what I'm saying, at the courthouse. An officer detained me just to write me a citation against my will. You know what I mean? Forced me into the basement floor of the sheriff office and made me sit there while they write me and wrote me a citation. When I tried to you know, grab away, they basically like fake restrained me and forced me into the elevator. And like when I got in the elevator, they let me go, and then made it seem like I was willingly coming with them. You know what I mean? But yeah,
well, like you don't belong there in the first place. But I get it that as you're studying, you're working on not showing up in those places. Honestly, but that, to me, that's a message that you don't belong there.
Yeah, they was mad because I was up there recording on the second floor and stuff like that. But like I said, at this point, we got to protect the body because they doing all type of foul play upon us. So, but yeah,
that's because they're slaves in mental bondage to sense consciousness. They're in Egypt.
Exactly.
Yeah, definitely, most definitely.
They ain't in reality. They ain't in reality. So I understand.
They're in a reality. It's just not the reality. It's all metaphysics. Remember, metaphysics is the science pertaining to ultimate reality, the science pertaining to being, right? And they're just being somewhere else in an alternate reality where we're dealing with ultimate reality. That's why we're making sure that we're sharing with those that are ready and prepared to make sure that they stand firmly. However, I'll wait till Mother Malika comes back. I know she probably stepped out for a second. However,
she said she had to go in 10 minutes a while ago, so she probably.
Oh, no worries. Hey,
yeah, man.
Good. I'm glad she shared.
I wanted to personally let y'all know, man. I personally appreciate everything y'all done for me. I do. I understand concept correction and everything that y'all gave to me, you know, to help me out. And like I said, I'm definitely going to give the referrals because I love what y'all doing, you know what I mean, for uplifting the fallen humanity. So, you know, I'll be on the same type of times. Appreciate that.
Yeah, gratitude indeed. We just to be honest with you, firstly, I'll say myself, I'm pretty sure my brothers all feel the same. We just want you guys to really get it so that you can be able to defend yourself effectively against these Egyptians. I'm serious. I'm laughing.
Like you said,
however, I'm serious.
In the beginning, it's all up to your comprehension. So I'm already knowing exactly what you meant by that when you first started talking. So I appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
And we'll be in touch.
All right, it's all good. It's all good. I appreciate you and the mother's sincerity, man. I just try to keep studying. Repetition will build that spiritual muscle. Seriously.
Islam, God body.
Islam. Canaan, right? In terms of the son of Ham, right? Canaan, right? The son of Ham refers to the fleshly organism and tendencies.
When you said freshly. Yeah, when you said freshly, I immediately thought squeezed juice.
I know, right? Juice. Freshly squeezed OJ. Canaan, the son pertaining to Ham. So even Ham means something different, right? Refers to the fleshly organism and tendencies of the divine mind, right? Man is mind. It refers to the physical and not the spiritual. Wow. So anybody with old Canaanite, old physical type of temple, sounds like Old Testament. So Prophet Noble Drew Ali had an Old Testament temple. near the Newark Corporation, New Jersey State Republic, and came to, or went to, let me say that, right? Because I'm thinking in terms of the story and in terms of metaphysics, as we're saying, Mecca, right? Near the Chicago Corporation, right? Because Chicago isn't quote unquote Mecca. That's a corporation. We're talking about the land where it is according to longitude and latitude, that specific area, and being alignment with the Mecca that's known near what's termed Saudi Arabia. All right. So with that being said, looky, Astro Cookie. So now let's see what Canaanite is. I yield. Who wants to read?
Braveheart. No, I'm just kidding.
Is he even there? Is Braveheart out there?
I know he was.
Okay.
Oh, he's there, but he's muted or whatnot. I'll read it. Which one? Where we at?
I see. Canaanite, right? Old Canaanite temple.
Canaanite. Canaanite is Hebrew. Canaanite Hebrew. One who exists in and for material things. A merchant. These are all these entrepreneurs. Merchant, a pirate, trafficker in materiality. An inhabitant of the land of Canaan at the time that the Israelites took possession of it and overcame the Canaanites. Joshua 9:1. Canaanites were descendants of Canaan, the son of Ham. Genesis 10:15 through 19. Metaphysical. The elemental life forces in the subconsciousness, under sense thought and expression. They are all that the meaning of Canaanite implies. All right. The Canaanites are delivered by Jehovah into the hands of the Israelites, and by them are destroyed. So that's basically saying that the lower self basically delivered into the higher self, and the lower self is destroyed to the higher self.
Yes.
Yes. And the name of the place was called Hormah. Hormah is one of the same root as Hiram, right? Or Hiram. A devoted thing. See Numbers 21, 1 through 3 with margin. The significance of this is that through our I am, Jehovah, we gain control of our subconscious elemental life forces. It's almost like you can stop the rivers. Hold on, the thoughts are like rivers on a stream, right? Okay, so I'm just thinking like, all right, so what if you could stop that river at will? You know what I mean? Like, because I say when you're meditating and you have a lot of thoughts or whatever, just sit there, let the thoughts go past. A lot of people's first question is, how do I stop my mind from thinking, so much or whatever? And it's like, you wouldn't tell your heart to stop. You don't just stop your mind, you stop, like you don't just stop your heart, right? So then it comes to like, how do I stop negative thoughts from happening? Well, it's all happening within you. There's a reason it's happening. You can't stop it from happening if you're doing those things that brings that about. If you're doing those things that brings that about, there's going to be cause and effect is going to take place. So it says we gain control of our subconscious elemental life forces. Now that sounds like you have control to where you choosing to only have certain thoughts so that you can only manifest certain things on the planet, so that we can cease creating things, scenarios and situations, right, that are not good for humanity, Islam. Then by means of high spiritual thinking, right, now that you have that control and now that you can manifest those higher thoughts, Israelites, these life forces come under the law of spirit and are transmuted into spiritual energy. See, Canaanites, Canaanitis, Canaanitis, from Hebrew, a female inhabitant of Canaan.
Yeah, Canaanitis.
Yeah, Canaanitis.
Like how they say Moabitis.
Yeah,
Canaanitis.
A female inhabitant of Canaan. Metaphysical, the soul or receptive feminine side of that which Canaanite signifies, which would be
Canaanite signifies what?
The subconscious
forces. Oh, go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead.
I was gonna say the subconscious forces, right?
Yeah, that have to be destroyed by spiritual thinking.
Through gaining the control of your subconscious. You got to gain control of that. So once you gain control of that subconscious, now you can tell it what to do, to where now you're not clinging to the names and principles that allude to slavery. You're not clinging to sense bondage to consciousness. You know what I mean? You're not clinging to the sense, to the material things, right? Material concepts. That carnal nature described in chapter 3.
Yeah, you see now how people think, oh, well, yeah, I'm supposed to believe in the Lord, and Christmas, is Jesus's birthday on December 25th. No, what's supposed to be happening is you're supposed to resurrect yourself from mental bondage to sense consciousness into spiritual consciousness, thus taking over all faculties in your body via your inward living being, sense consciousness, so that you can be immortal.
So if those beings that are in, this is genius how everything is, right? If dirty Moors, right, if lower self beings who are in bondage to sense consciousness could access those higher realms of consciousness, if they could access that while still being ignorant, they would destroy, you know what I mean? They would destroy everything. They would ruin it. They would corrupt everything. So you can't corrupt the higher self when you're actually separate. You're separate from it. Like, in order to go to the higher self, you have to get rid of this. So you can't bring the fuck shit to the holy. You see what I'm saying? You can't bring the evil to the holiness, because in order to get to the holiness, the evil has to be purged first. It's like demons trying to get into heaven. It's like saying a demon is trying to get into heaven, right? In the sense of, heaven is a place where all the angels are, and hell is a place where all the demons are. In order for the demon to get to heaven, he would have to become an angel first, even though he was an angel already. You see what I'm saying?
And once he's become an angel, he can't survive being a demon and not going to fall again.
Exactly. And then
the creation and fall of man.
and then that body will no longer, that body will have served its purpose and will be no more, basically, right? Islam.
Can you be immortal? Yes, you can.
You went right back to this. That's amazing. Thou hast
put because this is what inspired us to go into the vocabulary by looking at Deuteronomy 24/7. Can't be evil. You got to put that shit away. Hey, you put that evil up if you're gonna come over here and
and I'm seeing that a lot of the new generation is picking up on the few beings that started to make positive music. You know what I mean? I see some young cats coming up, rapping about positive spiritual things now, and I think that's a great look for the future. That the children are picking up on that and starting to echo that message of life rather than that message of death.
Yeah, like NLE Chopper. He went from he's now meditating and doing all types of Namyo Renge Kyo type rapping now, whereas first it was posted in front of the trap selling dope till the sun come down. Send a fuck nigga straight off the mat when I hit him with this whole 100 round. Like, what the fuck is that? Oh, I get it. That's Egyptian rap. That's Egyptian bars.
Yeah, my man is an Egyptian, yo.
You know what I mean? But now it's all different. Now, bro, meditating and all. But who knows? You know, these artists things, they go with whatever the crowd is liking, and then they cater and write their songs, books, and movies to cater to what people are enjoying. It still has
a positive effect due to the fact that, like, if you look at it from the negative aspect, a rapper talking about popping pills, shooting people, he might not be doing none of that shit, but he's influencing those children that they really want to do that shit. So even if the motherfucker's following a trend, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna talk about meditation and shit, but I'm really gonna be on some fuck shit on the low. I just doing this to follow the trend and get paid and get famous or whatever. Even if he's, perpetrating on the track, those children might not look at it like that, and they might end up really developing, a bond for trying to gain knowledge and grow spiritually, just because they think that these beings that are putting this music out are actually on that, and they're looking at them a certain way or whatnot.
Absolutely. Now we've come across, quite a few terms here, man. We even went down to Canaan. Now sun, right? 907. That's what I wanted to see next. Sun on page 907, right? The sons of Jacob, right? Or the sons of Israel. 907, right? Let's see what sun is, or if it's close to it. I got quite a few things for sun, right? What's that I got there too? That's Solomon. Okay, so Solomon's like nearly 2 pages, right? Sun. Ready, Braveheart?
Islam, bro.
Islam, broski doski. Happy holy degree.
Happy holy degree,
Sun.
bros. Sun, nobleman's healing of John 4:46 through 54. Metaphysical. And the healing of the nobleman's son, the nobleman representing exalted thoughts, shout out to Exalted Cyclops, makes more direct contact. Makes more direct contact with divine mind, and so seeks to have the healing power brought to bear upon that activity and the subconscious. Sun at Capernaum.
So stop right there. Sun, even though it's saying at Capernaum is just another activity, but the sun is the activity. Sons of man is the activities pertaining to mind. Capernaum is the subconsciousness. We'll see. I mean, we could look up Capernaum if we wanted to. However, continue, brother. Just wanted to make sure. For those of you that are taking notes, sincerely. Go ahead, bro. I yield.
Indeed. Which is apparently dying. In other words, losing sight of the life and substance necessary for its perfect expression.
Bread.
What'd you say, bro?
I said bread, because it says the substance necessary.
The bread.
The bread. That's the bread. That's the universal substance. Islam.
Correct. If we were to look up the word bread in the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary, it is exactly what Brother R just said. I yield.
Jesus, or the I am identity, did not go down to the sick child, because in doing its quickening, healing work, the spiritual I am does not direct its force into the realm of effects or give weight to adverse appearances, but calmly and deliberately declares the truth.
Read that again. But what?
Oh, that was heavy. That was heavy.
No, because that's what it is.
That's what it is.
Yeah, that's why I said anytime you got a loved one, you know how when people like they'll be televangelists and they'll be having men with a cloak ready to catch a woman who's there for a healing from Benny Hinn or some shit, and like, oh, both some and attach her forehead, she falls back and now she's healed or some shit. You don't have to do all that. You could just literally and genuinely, if someone like, say like, all right, say like my beloved mother, Mistress Consort, she'll be like, my stomach hurts a little bit, right? And so I'll go, I'll put my hand on her belly, and by us being with child right now, I'll just in my head, I'll talk to the baby like, all right, let's heal mommy right now. Mommy, you are healed. So mote it be. And we'll let it go. And she literally doesn't feel it anymore in that moment. I mean, if I'm lying, you come in here and correct me. I know she's watching too, and she can hear me. You know what I mean? You really don't have to be someone phenomenal with a congregation. Once you really comprehend who you are and what you can do, you can call upon anything and it'll come to pass. That's why I don't operate in anything but love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Even though to some people I seem like an arrogant asshole, and I'm really not being an arrogant asshole because I know exactly what I'm doing inside of myself. It's real love. I just think so many people want to be catered to, and I've learned when you cater to somebody, they'll walk all over you. You see what I'm saying? If they don't appreciate what you're doing for them, they'll walk all over you when you cater to them. However, if you're just straight up honest, however respectful at the same time, and with a little bit of jokey joke to it, people be like, man, that's kind of fucked up how you said it, but that's real though. I never look at it like that, man. No, that's actually, you know what I'm saying? I mean, if I'm wrong, please, somebody help me out here. However, but what, Brother Sean? Calmly, what?
All right, so Jesus did not go down to the sick child because in doing its quickening, healing work, the spiritual I am does not direct its force into the realm of effects.
Ooh,
or give
that one right there,
weights.
bro. That one right there, bro. The spiritual I am does not direct its force into the realm. It's just like the lower can't go to the higher. Higher's not gonna go to the lower.
Right, the inner is not going to go to the outer. It's going to work from within to change the outer.
Exactly. Man, powerful.
No, what I'm talking about. Say it again, babe. She said it's a delay on the video, but what?
But yes, you are correct.
Yeah, all we got to do is lay hands and be completely calm and deliberate and declare what I know.
And that's like Noble Drawley saying, go to those that know law in a low intelligent tone. In a low intelligent tone, and ask them in a low intelligent tone. Ask them calmly and deliberately, declare the truth, and watch how they agree with that truth. They're not gonna say that you're wrong. That's what they won't do. You start asking the judge, you took an oath to the Constitution, they won't answer you before they tell you, no, I didn't. You know what I'm saying? They'll stay quiet before they, you know what I mean? Before they try
the
to
energy is real.
Against that truth. They can't go against that truth. It's fine.
Because the energy is real. Go ahead, Brother Sean, we yield.
It's fine. The spiritual I am does not direct its force into the realm of effects or give weight to adverse appearances, but calmly and deliberately declares the truth. The subconsciousness receives the word and is comforted, healed. The bodily activities, servants, bear witness to the fact that harmony and order are restored. Quote, the Father knew, himself believed, and his whole house, end quote.
He calls the bodily activity servants.
The nobleman, right? And in certain Bible dispensations, it's called like the sentry. Like he's like a guard, right? And it's funny because the guard in this sense then would be what? The subconscious mind. Because once the subconsciousness receives the word, once Jesus gave the word to the sentry, then his son was healed right there without his son even being there. And then it says, great is your faith. That's what it says in that word. There's only two people with great faith in the whole entire Bible, which means there are two parts in your body that are able to receive truth and go to work in your favor, provided you know how to really comprehend this without saying, oh, it's so complicated. It's not complicated. Do ye love yourself? Okay, then why don't you just calmly and deliberately declare that you know this and you're just being taught and reminded? Is Brother Hasan still an asshole? This is why I don't play.
They're being more like they think that you're being a certain way by talking to them a certain way, but what they're doing actually when they're doing what they're doing is actually hating on themselves, and they're mistreating themselves more than they think than what they believe that one is doing to them. Because in you failing to comprehend these things, in you failing to do right by yourself, you are abusing yourself. The worst abuse that can happen to one is abuse from oneself, because one cannot say, you can't stop yourself. You see what I'm saying? From doing something to yourself. If someone else is doing something to you, you can try to stop them. If you're the one doing it to yourself, you know what I mean? Who can stop you from hurting yourself at the end of the day?
Absolutely. Slim Herman, peaceful. I said Slim Herman. That's at first it was C. Thomas. Islam to you, Mother Sahar says, we always keep it real, right? Slim Herman says, greetings, peace and love. And Mother Delilah says, purity paves the way for love, right? I bear witness. So this is why we're saying, like, and like just to, camel back off of what Brother R just said, yeah, I'm not being mean to those that hate themselves. What I'm not participating in is the self-hate, and then the self-hate consciousness interprets that as I'm being highfalutin and arrogant. You can swim with sharks all you want. Reject the life raft. That's fine. I'll go back over here and watch you get to be, what's that called? Shark food. Go right ahead. It's no problem. Sit there and call my life raft and my presence in presenting the life raft arrogance. Go right ahead. It doesn't bother me. I did what I was supposed to do. I was supposed to bring you the life raft. You rejected it. And that's why I am the way that I am, because if I was really not loving, I couldn't do what I'm doing. I just use a delivery that is deliberate. And sometimes I don't even get really turned up about it. I'll just say something a certain way with a certain tone to invoke humor or to invoke shock value. Like, oh, you guys will listen to comedians call you blackety blacker than black. And you'll be like, yeah, black people do that, don't we? Like, how you just really love self-hate? You love abuse. And when someone brings you real love that's not abusive, you call it arrogance. You call it highfalutin. You call it self-centered. You call it out of touch with reality. What you're calling it is really your reflection of yourself. Because that's how you see yourself, because you can't see beyond that ceiling of Egypt. Because you're bound to your sense consciousness, so it hurts your feelings to hear the truth. To hear spiritual consciousness, it makes you want to defend yourself. That's the Negro Black Colors problem. Anybody calling themselves colored, so-called white, you're not white. That's your problem. You're in Egypt. Ms. Raim.
Have you ever, I don't know if you ever been in this type of situation, but have you ever been in a scenario where you start speaking some truth and then there's a being that around that doesn't like that truth, whether they admit it or not, and they begin to start saying things to make it seem like they know stuff too, or they start saying things to try to change the subject or to try to get the people's attention that are listening to you? I don't know if you ever experienced that. Happens all the time. Those are those beings that hate themselves.
Correct. You're absolutely correct. And again, because they cannot perceive the infinite because their mind is finite. And we're speaking on infinite things here. While some people out there be like, no, you're in your physical body. You can't perceive the infinite. Shut the fuck up. You're hating on yourself. Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. That's what you guys are doing. You're hitting yourself. Those of you that aren't being sincere and loving yourself. Those of you that want me to comprehend that women come from a man's rib and there's a sky daddy whose son died on 2 pieces of wood nailed to it with a crown of thorns, you're who I'm actually saying stop hating yourself. Because you're failing to realize that all that you just said deals with internal consciousness and thought patterns within inside yourself where you need to grow out of that mud in the swamp and come and be a lotus flower. In other words, make your exodus from Egypt into Israel. See how I just compared Vedic? See how I just did the Vedic, description and then made it all Bible and shit? Because it's the same thing. These principles are universal, no matter how they're described. And this is why we need to stop being full of ourselves. Mother Delilah says, when man, mind, honors man, mind, he honors Allah. Look at that. And again, according to my studies thus far, Allah is all balanced law pertaining to the zodiac. How do we see Allah physically? We call Allah mother. How many mothers, though, are being taught and reminded? Like Elizabeth and Mary, which again aren't actual beings as much as they're types of consciousnesses. Because we could look up Elizabeth and Mary too, but that's not on the list. Because I wanted to keep it simple with Deuteronomy, right? So we Israel, brethren, right? Now we need to go into what? Egypt and Israelites, because we done did children of Israel, we done did Canaan. We done did Son, right? I'm definitely leave God, Jesus Christ, and Galilee for last. I'm definitely going to leave that for last. And man probably before God. Well, we just did the children of Israel. I kind of want to do Molech next. So Molech, then Egypt, then Israel. All right. 662, 255, and 447. Let's go to page 662. I know we've done this before in a previous one. However, I think it's important. 662, right? Molech, right? For those of you like, ooh, that's Illuminati. Talking about the owl worship. Let's really see what part of you that actually is. Because again, Molech is something that people go through. It's a consciousness. Watch how many of you will probably be convicted in your spirit from being, damn, yo, I am guilty of Molech worship. Yeah, you didn't even know it. Why? Because you didn't go somewhere to a building with a group of people bowing down to an owl statue and sacrificing physical children to it. You've already done it. Remember, as a gift, so is he. That which is done in the thought first, in the desire, is where the sin lies, is where the without lies, not in the fucking action, not in the deed. Man, if people could be disciplined for their thoughts, you want to talk about jails is filled up now. I'm just saying. Think how many crimes are committed just in your thinking process and your decision making. Really, just think about how much you transgress against self in one day. Probably don't even need the whole day. You probably get out of the bed and talk about, I don't feel like this fucking shit. I'm tired. Look at you, not even honoring the fact that you can think. Some people can't even get up and think for themselves.
That's why I said, are you suffering bondage or are you suffering freedom? Because if you were bound to do only that which served you best, that bondage would be better than you having the freedom to destroy yourself. So what are you suffering, bondage or freedom?
Molech, who wants to read Molech? I yield.
Molech, king
I'm good, bro.
ruler. You said you read it, bro?
Yeah,
No,
I
he
got
said
you, bro.
He said, "Do you got it, bro?"
Oh, I got it.
Yeah, I was
got
about to say, but if you got it, yeah.
Got it, bro. King, ruler, counselor, judge, the national god of the Ammonites. Children were sacrificed in the fire to Molech. Leviticus 18:21, 20, and 22 through 5. 1 Kings 11:7. Malcolm is another name for this god. Metaphysical, the ruling of public opinion and of the, quote, mind of the flesh, end quote. That's that canon. That's that Canaanite. In one's consciousness. Children's being sacrificed in the fire to this god signifies one's mentally burning and destroying new ideas by letting fear of or deep regard for what other persons may think.
May I?
Public opinion, go ahead, yeah.
So how many of you out there had a great idea? However, you didn't go through with it because of what you thought somebody else would think about you stepping out on quote unquote faith and believing in yourself and bringing it to fruition despite what anybody thinks. Think of how many of you said, you know what, I'm just going to go and burn and destroy these children. I'm going to go and burn and destroy these new ideas because people's opinion of me, I much rather worship than to love myself. See why you need to learn how to love instead of hate? But no, you think you know Jesus because you go to a building and put a Federal Reserve note 3 times a sermon in the collection plate.
I can't eat a salad. Oh, my meat-eating friends think of me. Look at that. Like,
I can't be vegan. People are going to say, hey, I remember when you used to be at the cookout and I could make a whole slab of ribs for you. What would my uncle think? He's going to think I'm wasting his barbecue sauce now.
I can't plant my feet. I can't plant my feet on the earth. People are going to call me a tree hugger.
I can't hug a tree. People are going to say I've lost my mind. Yeah. So let me not do something that's beneficial to my body. Let me go back and worship the owl.
I can't study. People are going to think I'm not a real nigga.
Oh my goodness. They want to be real monkeys.
Yikes.
Look,
bro's laid. It looked like he got laid out from the joke. He was like,
I know, right? That shit's hilarious.
I'm like, yo, is Brother Sean
yeah.
You all right? Yeah.
Just went from Exodus into Israel on that joke.
Yeah, Exodus from out of Egypt into Israel, right? Go ahead, bro. We yield, man. I can stop that. What other persons may think.
So instead of like, when they be like, fuck what people think, they should just be like, fuck Molech.
Yes.
Well,
and yes, absolutely. Flat out. Fuck Molech.
Fuck Molech. What does bro say? Too cool to be embarrassed. Fuck Molech. Children's being sacrificed in the fire to this god signifies one mentally burning and destroying new ideas by letting fear of or deep regard for what other persons may think, public opinion, with the prejudices, customs, and desires of the outer man of flesh rule in one's life to the extent that one refuses or neglects to give place and expression to these new and higher ideals. See Malcolm and Ammonites.
I know in the previous,
So pardon me, not to cut your wisdom, but I'm just thinking. So now, because we already know fear is a method of control, so they use fear to stop you from doing things. So when they use fear against you, that's in the spirit of Molech, because they put the fear out there. Oh, these motherfuckers are protesting. All right, we're gonna make them think that this is what we do to protesters, and they put on a fucking theater play video for you, You know what I'm saying? Where they did something crazy to someone that never probably even really happened. But they put that fear out there. Now you fear what you fear going to protest. Not saying you should protest. That's pretty dumb. But I'm just saying, when you have these new ideas that might bring about some type of change, you want to contribute with that idea and bring it to a reality, you let the damn fear stop you from doing that. And they know that. So when they do that, they're doing that in the spirit of Molech.
Or, and to add to your wisdom, what else they do in the spirit of Molech is, let me suffocate myself and get pricked because everybody else is doing it.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me make sure I'm suffocating myself, and put it right there. Prick me, please, because I care about Molech.
Right.
Hey,
Because I'm scared.
5, 6, and 7. He's like the new Jays. Okay, cool. Yeah.
And a lot of people have ideas that they want to do, but they stay they don't manifest those ideas, and they just be 9-to-5 slaves their whole life. They're sacrificing children.
Yeah, I've been saying fuck Molech since I was like 8 years old.
Right, type shit. Came out the womb like fuck Molech.
Basically.
It's
So here we go, guys. Y'all good? Y'all good? Okay, still 20 of y'all here. That's excellent. That's a large number for us, right? 20 is like, whoa, it's packed in the chat, right? Because we know we tell the truth here. Since we don't have booty shaking going on and we're not talking about Negro black colored bullshit, that's why I say 20 is a large number, because when it comes to telling the truth and speaking the truth, we don't expect to see 1,000 people in the chat. You know what I mean? Because we don't have Negro black colored guests, most of the time, and only, twice a month have someone who's telling the truth. We don't do that type stuff. So I get it. I get why 20 is a large number, right? So here we go. Next.
We all need to borrow some freshly squeezed for that.
Yeah, you're hilarious, bro. All right. From Molech, let's go to Egypt now, right? Where people are in mental bondage to sense consciousness, and then we'll go to Israelites. So 255 and then 447, right? So let's go to 255.
Okay, now I'm gonna wait for you to read this one before I
No, go ahead, say what you were saying.
I was gonna say people are being Egyptian subjects rather than Egyptian adepts. That's what I was gonna say.
Correct, because Prophet Noble Drew Ali is the Egyptian adept, which means he was able to overcome his mental bondage to sense consciousness. He was able to take over his subconscious mind. Well, if he was so great, why did he transition and let people X, Y, and Z? Maybe that was his choice. You ever think about that? Sometimes I think that. I'd be like, dang, hold on, Prophet Noble Drew Ali, I know he was a master. Maybe he had something else to do. He might have had another. He's like, look, man, I got more work to do. I got to drop this flesh. I got to drop this spacesuit and continue on. You know what I mean? Oh, but isn't that dogma believing that there's life after death? No, because I know no one ever really dies. NERD. No one ever really dies. Right?
Oh no, hey, by the
way. What'd you say, bro?
I was singing that some of that song. And oh, hey, by the way.
Yeah, I know, right? All right. Egypt. Who's reading Egypt now?
Egypt. Mental bondage to sense thoughts, material consciousness. It pertains to the physical sense of life, the corporeal organism. Egypt, Coptic land, from the Hebrew name Mizraim, which means shut in, restrained, misery, tribulation, distressed. A country in the northeast of Africa, where the Israelites were held in bondage for many years. Genesis 12:10, 37:2, 42:1 to end of Exodus 14, or to end of Exodus 14. Jesus was taken into Egypt when a babe to save him from Herod. Matthew 2:13. Metaphysical, the realm of substance and life in the depths of the body consciousness. To the unregenerate soul, it is the land of darkness and mystery, yet it is essential to the perpetuation of the body.
Mm-hmm. The
Egypt,
perpetuation of the body, correct.
Perpetuation of the body. Egypt signifies the darkness of ignorance, obscurity. It has a special significance in the body consciousness, and we often think of it as referring to the subjective or subconscious mind. We also refer to Egypt as a flesh consciousness, sense consciousness, or material consciousness. This hidden realm within our organism is in an Egyptian or obscured state to most of us. Yet it is a great kingdom, and its king is Pharaoh, ruler of the sun, or that brain and nerve center, which our physiologists have correctly named the solar plexus.
Stop right there. So you guys see, this is really just dealing with your consciousness in harmony with your endocrine system. Again. So those of you that are hurt and upset and probably yelling at your device, talking about, he don't know about the blood of Jesus. The blood of Jesus saved us. Shut up. Shut up.
You see, Jesus walked on water and but
yes,
it's for
yes,
us.
The cerebral spinal fluid did wash over his medulla oblongata. If we were to go to blood in the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary, and then you see what that is, I'm pretty sure you would shut up and then be like, you know what, maybe I do need to read this book. How come my pastor why? And you know, they're fucking Masons 9 times out of 10. Your pastors are either a Mason or an Eastern Star who swore an oath of death to never reveal to you what we're revealing to you.
Never gonna tell you, never gonna tell you.
We're not reveiling.
Never gonna tell you, never gonna tell you. They took an oath to never tell you.
We're not reveiling, we're unveiling. So some of you may be like, you know, really into, you know, oh, well, what about my grandmom? I can't disrespect my grandmother. When I go to eat at her house every Sunday, she wants all of us to bow our heads and pray. Well, that's your stupidity for respecting mental bondage to sense consciousness. Like, so the fuck is, I don't care if it's your great grandmother. Are you going to still be a dumbass when you know better? No. Hey, look, I'm respectful. I love my loved ones. But when they want me to bow heads and pray, I just kind of shake my head and just turn away and look around the room while they let them do their thing, let them do their prayer and stuff and say their grace. Good for you. I don't participate because I know better. You know how grace should go? Thank you, me, for allowing me to not be stupid and make stupid decisions so I can enjoy this meal right now, me. And me, I pray. Me. Let me stop. I'm just saying. I'm really serious. Y'all think I'm joking. Y'all think, boy, he gonna go to hell with gasoline drawers on. No, I'm not. I'm not going to the debtor's prison under the exchequer's chamber with gasoline drawers. No, I'm not. See, that's what happens when you have real knowledge. When you really know, you don't go back to go along to get along in Egypt with the Egyptians. Fuck them Egyptians. This is about you saving yourself. Prophet Noble Drew Ali, Oral Statements and Prophecies. Number 1, I brought you everything it takes to save a nation. Now take it and save yourself. All right.
You didn't say take it and hold everybody's hand now.
Yeah, fuck all that hand holding shit. I'm not holding your hand, nor can you guilt trip me. You're not a good enough travel agent for that. I don't give a fuck about your guilt trips and how all expenses are paid on that guilt trip. I don't give a fuck about it. I yield, brother. They tell us that this is the brain of the body, the solar plexus, right?
So the solar plexus, they tell us that this is the brain of the body and that it directs the circulation, digestion, assimilation, and so forth.
Oh
Hold
shit!
on. And
I see the
now,
numbers
hold
in the
on.
chat going up now. I'm when you start talking like that, the numbers start going up, bro.
Hey, if sermons actually went like that, though, I would actually listen to them. Like, hold on, this motherfucker preaching right out the motherfucking metaphysical Bible
The
dictionary.
realm of the substance and life in the depths of the body consciousness. Can I get an amen?
Amen, Pastor.
Let me get an I am.
And pass that collection plate around while I tell you about the unregenerate soul. It is.
Look to your neighbor and say, I am.
I am. Yo, y'all are hilarious, yo. Go ahead, I am.
I could start that. It could be a new wave of content. You see, students of the mind have discovered that the solar plexus is but the organ through which a ruling thought acts.
Yes,
and
Lord.
this ruling thought is typified by Pharaoh. He of the hard heart who would not let my people go.
Yes, Lord.
But we should not. But we should not. Hold on. We should not. I got to get a better light in here. But we should not. I got to wipe the towel on my head. We should not forget
You gotta breathe
that
really
it's
hard.
down in Egypt that we find the grain, a substance required to sustain the man.
Yes, Lord.
See, many workers in truth
Amen.
think that it is useless. Did you hear that? Many workers in truth. He didn't say lies now. He said in truth think it is useless to go into the secure kingdom within each man, each
Say
mind.
it again. Say it again.
Ooh, ooh. The good Lord is working through me right now. He is working through me.
Amen.
He's going to work through
Amen.
you too. Now, they are not willing that Joseph shall spend a part of his time down in Egypt, making ready the storehouses and filling them with the vitality that will be needed when the outer man has exhausted his resources.
Yes, Lord, we need that vitality.
Vitality, yes, we need you. These will find that they cannot have that joyous reunion of mind and
They
body
cannot have that joy.
with all his brothers, all faculties, as set forth in Genesis 42 to 46. Now go open your Septuagintas of your Bible and turn it to Genesis 42.
Yes, Lord.
Woo.
Ooh, and then unless they are willing.
Pardon me. Can you guys make sure that that collection plate makes it to that back row right there? That back row? Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I see you brothers back there with the new J's and those new shirts. Make sure you put some little extra in there for the good Lord. Ooh,
For the vitality. Amen.
for the vitality. Now let's see. Now, unless they are willing to let the higher thought go consciously down into Egypt, down into the sense consciousness, and rule there second to King Pharaoh himself.
Mm.
Now somebody say, I am.
I am.
Say it again.
I am.
I can't hear you in the back. Woo. Now while Hasan stepped away, we're gonna get a music selection from Paragon RICO. Let's see. Bro walked away. Bro literally stepped away. All right. Let's see. Physically, Egypt typifies that part of the body below the diaphragm. The various plagues, can't see me because I'm there, probably led by the Egyptians by the Lord through Moses, are symbolical representations of what occurs, I'm going to say, in the human organism when the presiding intelligence, Pharaoh, opposes the influx of the higher life. So you see, you have to reject your lower self so that the higher self can rule and oppose that influence of that lower life. And parallel to the bloody waters, frogs, lice, flies, murrain, boils, hail, locusts, darkness, and death of firstborn may all be found and the various diseases of bowels, kidneys, and other organs pertaining to the body, as named by doctors. Now, I'm gonna get real with you here. A very large number of these ills results from mental resistance to spiritual consciousness, which is working wildly in humanity.
So hold on. Let me interject there real quick. Pastor.
Yes, I'm gonna let Deacon Living Master Brother Hasan talk to the folks.
Deacon Living Master.
Yo, what the fuck, yo? That's actually hilarious. This is funny as shit. This goes to show that when you have loved ones that have like different things going on with them, cancer, any other type of disease, people who keep getting in trouble, going to jail and shit, it's because they have a psychological block. They have mental resistance to spiritual consciousness. Period. Because if they were not resistant to spiritual consciousness, they wouldn't have the time nor the energy to think about those things that are results of mental bondage to sense consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
Period. It just would not exist. It couldn't exist.
Impossibility.
I yield. Oh, hold on. Let's see what we got. Yo, they're tripping off you, bro. Let's see. Hold on. A few people say, Sunshine was like, hallelujah.
Amen.
They're laughing. Slim Herman. Sunshine says, amen. Tyro's laughing. Mother Delilah says, chapter 44, misery, holy instructions from the prophet. So I guess we can go over chapter 44, close towards the end also. Slim Herman says he done pull out the napkin. Go ahead, Pastor. Like, you see what I'm saying? He's like, yo, Tyro said, Pastor going in. You know, Pastor, and so look, at the end of the however, at the end of the day, what'd you say?
Pastor Braveheart.
Yeah, Pastor Braveheart. So the thing is, though, guys, what you could really see, honestly, and I know, and I get it. Like I said, we do this improv thing. We like joking about it because at the same time I do comprehend how serious it is. However, at the same time, you guys know that I hold there's no cut cards with me. You know what I mean? I'm gonna give it to you straight, say it straight, no chaser, because, you know, it's one thing for me to say, oh, I care about our people. It's one thing for me to say it. It's another thing for me to actually be one who cares about our people. There's not too many people that can do what I and my brothers do. We do the actual love. We're actually going into our own experiences and from studying for many years and then bringing these things to you and breaking down just Deuteronomy 24/7. And Deuteronomy actually breaks down in simplest form the second law. What's the first law? The I am. The spiritual mind, I yield.
Islam. The spiritual man or mind, the true ego, is the only rightful heir to the divine inheritance. Spiritual consciousness. We as individuals must awake from the dream of mortality, leave Egypt, the flesh consciousness, forever, cross the Red Sea, the boundary line where we sacrifice every tie that binds us to the past. Thence go through the wilderness, a transitory state, through the waters of Jordan, the boundary line between the transitional and the permanent, and plant our feet on Canaan's land, our inheritance. Once there, we have 31 keys.
Stop right there. Canaan's land, right? Which we know even when we get there. The only reason we're getting there to Canaan's land is so that the Israelites can destroy all that shit we just came from. And all this is happening inside of you. If you're making the decision to grow consciously this way, I yield.
That's fine. Once there, we have 31 kings usurping thought forces to conquer before we can peaceably settle down in our inheritance. But Christ, the captain of the army of the Lord of hosts, meets us, is revealed to conscious thought on Canaan's shores and directs our battles. Truth becomes an active, irresistible power.
Kind of reminds me of the Bhagavad Gita when Arjuna saw he had to fight all his loved ones. See, again, see how I took a Vedic text and immediately made a comparison to biblical text because the principles are universal. When spiritual mind, are you?
When the spiritual man or mind awakens and finds that he is the possessor of the divine gem, the word of truth, he begins at once to make use of it. The result is an influx of light. Mortality, which is synonymous with darkness, begins to fade from his conscious thought. As this light increases, mortality decreases until, as Paul says, mortality is swallowed up in immortality. Quote, death is swallowed up in victory, end quote. 1 Corinthians 15:53 and 54.
Meaning that we were immortals.
Hasan, bro, too. Isn't that not to cut you off, Brother R, but somewhere in the Encyclopedia of Astrology, it talks about translation of light.
Yes, that is.
What is that?
Is that rays? I'm not sure if that's rays, R-A-Y-S, or it's not occultation either, I don't think. I would have to remember, bro. You would probably have to PDF find.
Yeah, I'm about to look for it. Because I think the one was doing Hori.
That's interesting. Right, indeed. Egyptian, right? Since we said Prophet Noble Ali is the Egyptian adept, right? He's an adept. What kind of adept, right? Egyptian adept. So go ahead, Brother R. I yield. What we got there?
Egyptian, Greek, a cop from the Hebrew word Misraim, which means shut in, restraint, misery, tribulation, distress. Wow, that's funny. It's a Greek word. Egyptian is a Greek word, guys. Natives or inhabitants of Egypt. Because they like to say, "Oh, Moor is a Greek word," or "Moor is a." No, it's not. Shut up. Your Egypt is Greek. Natives or inhabitants of Egypt, descendants of Mizraim, son of Ham. Metaphysical. Egyptians signify sense thoughts or thoughts that pertain to the subjective consciousness in its unawakened state, that state where the prophet found you. They belong to the Egypt consciousness. See, Egypt.
Look at that. And we just finished seeing Egypt. So now let's go to Israel, 447, right? 447? Okay, 446 we already read that. Israel lights. Go ahead. What you say, bro?
It was a translation of light, Nahori.
Got you.
Bringing matters to a conclusion.
Got you. And what you got there from the it's in the Encyclopedia of Astrology by Nicholas Sabor, correct?
No, that was what's this red joint that we got? Hori analysis, the basics.
Got you. Okay, the one that had all the red letter writing. I do remember that. Got you. It got an explanation on translation of light. Is it dealing with rays? That's why I still think it's like dealing with rays and to a certain extent.
It was.
I will say, it all ties in. When you look at the astrology, the tarot, the Bible, Metaphysical Bible Dictionary, Veritas, the Celestial Atlas, Tablet Memory, it all is one body of work.
All right. For a translation of light to occur, a planet that is faster than the primary significators of the question first aspects one significator and then the other, either reactivate an aspect between them or interceding before they perfect an undesirable aspect. Lily gives the following example.
Sense.
Yep. I'm saying 20 degree more.
Yeah.
That was that. And I think there's something else, Encyclopedia of Astrology too. I'll look for that while we read.
Indeed. No worries. No, that is ringing a bell now on the horror workshop that we complete. That does make sense. And guys, you want your hands on this, right? This book, the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary, is clearly in Prophet Noble Drew Ali University. It really is, along with many other books you guys have seen us read from here. It's in Prophet Noble Drew Ali University. Just whatever you see me take pictures of, you guys will have to go to rvbaypublications.com and get that book. Remember, it's only 3 websites you need to be concerned with here, and that is rvbaypublications.com, 7hillstar.com, and lawfulliving.com. You know what I mean? Those are the only 3 websites where you need to be concerning yourself with getting yourself right with studying. Alrighty. RV Bay will be first. That's elementary school for me, right? And you get your elementary lessons there. 7 Hill Stars for your AstroCivics, so you can see them all together. This is if you're being Moorish American sincerely. For those that don't subscribe to being Moorish American, though, you know, I still think you should go to rvbaypublications.com, because then you would probably be able to make a much better decision on why you should be declaring, proclaiming your nationality, provided you can comprehend with the Israelite mindset instead of the Egyptian mindset. And I don't mean like the group of people that call themselves Israelites, because I don't even think they comprehend that this is what Israelite really actually means, honestly, respectfully. And then, you know, for those of you that are being serious about being Sioux warriors, you're not afraid to put, you know, to comprehend why the writs that are together on rvbaypublications.com, you can be sure how to execute them further by just getting stronger. Get stronger. You know what I mean? And comprehending, because I think by me, myself, going to rvbaypublications.com first, it makes it easier for me to get stronger as I look at other angles and other concepts that are really additive, you know, to what I already saw that I could do on my own, thinking for myself. I didn't need someone to hold my hand. I didn't need someone to show me an example or a demonstration. I just took what was already given there on the website and I stepped out on faith, because I'm not in Egypt. I'm not an Egyptian. All right. I can, you know, imitate Prophet Noble Drew Ali and be an Egyptian adept. You know, pretty sure we all could do that are, you know, true and faithful and keeping Prophet Noble Drew Ali at the forefront pertaining to our minds. However, we're ultimately in sense, consciousness not. You see what I'm saying? We are in, verily I say, we're in spiritual consciousness. I yield the floor. Israelites,
descendants of Jacob, belonging to one of the tribes of Israel, descendants of Jacob for Israel, Exodus 9:7, 2 Kings 3:24, Romans 11:1. Metaphysical, the illuminated thoughts in consciousness, which are undergoing spiritual discipline. That's Pisces and Saturn. They are a total of our religious thoughts. In the beginning of our journey, from sense consciousness to spiritual consciousness, from Egypt to the promised land. Not all these religious thoughts are awake to spiritual truth, but among them are the highly illuminated ideas and faculties that many inspired leaders, judges, prophets, and kings of Israel represent. The Israelites represent the thoughts in us that belong to the Israel consciousness. They typify that in us. They typify that in us, which is always endeavoring to follow the inner leading of the divine law. They are our spiritual thoughts, the thoughts that pertain to the real and enduring ideas upon which man and the universe are founded. The purpose of the spiritual thoughts in the body, children of Israel down in Egypt, is to raise it up gradually, to infuse into it a more enduring life and substance. When you affirm the spirituality of your body and yearn for its release from bondage to material belief, you are making demands on Pharaoh. I've been thinking that lately too. Like telling myself I don't need that much food or whatever, detaching. And in fear that he will all at once lose his hold on life, he hardens his heart. And sometimes the Lord, the universal law of equilibrium, hardens it for him. Sheesh. Then there seems a failure to attain that which you have tried to demonstrate, but a step has been taken in the all-round evolution of the body, and you will find that you are gradually becoming stronger, both physically and spiritually.
It's long. I bear witness to that.
Yeah, me too. Like, I was reading that thinking like, what the hell? Like, this guy know me or something?
That's why I said this is dealing with everyone's own experience and consciousness, man. I mean, it's like, don't even complicate this thing. You wonder how come they have over there in India where people live for 1,000 years and know how to, do this and have this, because their stuff is intact. Where here, like Inuyasha, we had to go find all the jewel shards and go, hey, see all these things that look like different books? It's all one body of work. So you guys can really see what it is. You can't interpret that Bible really without having a metaphysical Bible dictionary. You can have a Bible dictionary. It's going to spin you around. Seriously. It's going to Tina Marie. Spin around. That's how you're going to be. You're going to be crying. Seriously. Right? You're going to be fucking crying because you're being spun around out on a limb. Right? So with that being said, what do we have after that? Man is mind, right? So we've been through everything that on that list so far, except man, like I said, Bread, Rights, Reverend Solomon, they were just extras, right? I think we're at the point now where we need to go into researching man on page 610, and then God, Jesus Christ in Galilee. And then after that, we can look at Bread, we can look at Rights, River, and Solomon, right? Just in brief, right? So let's go to man, page 610 in the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary. Let's go to man. Oh, pardon me. I did that by mistake. All right. So many types of man portions here. Pardon me. Diesel just is doing all types of noises behind me. And so what I actually have highlighted is all we really need to be concerned about.
Man, an idea in divine mind, the epitome of being, the apex of God's creation, created in his image and likeness. Man appears unlike God because he, through disobedience, fell into sin. through accepting race thoughts, man has adopted wrong ideas about himself and his relation to his source.
Yeah, like a woman coming from the rib of a man or some shit when he's got a belly button.
Right. Exactly. He has believed that he is unlike God and separate from him. And these concepts have, by the law of thought, become manifest. Ideal man is the perfect man, the Christ, the offspring of divine mind. Manifest man should be as perfect as the ideal, and he will be when the individual identifies himself with the Christ. When he is identified with anything less than perfection, he manifests some degree of imperfection. Man makes his world through the activity of ideas in his consciousness, ideas of wisdom, power, intelligence. The real man is the embodiment of God and all the God substance and power to make it active in his inherent within him. When we are quickened to spiritual understanding and fully realize the true character of God and our own nature as the image or idea of God, we will begin to live as Jesus lived in order that we may bring forth the likeness. To perceive the true character of God and his attributes and then to grasp our relationship to him is to realize that his attributes are our attributes. His power is our power. His character is our character. Islam.
Islam, bro. Give me 1 second. Be right back. Y'all go in on that.
Yeah, they're basically telling you that you are the savior that you're looking for. And that's exactly why Prophet Noble Drew Ali, again, what is a prophet? A prophet is a thought of Allah manifested in flesh. Okay? Are we not all thoughts of Allah manifested in flesh? Is it not saying right here that to perceive the true character of God and his attributes and then to grasp our relationship to him is to realize that his attributes are our attributes. His power is our power. Just like I said, when you do something good, when you do something good for your fellow man, you do something good for Allah. When you harm your fellow man, you're harming Allah. Age of man is not limited in life. He has existed with the Father always. It goes back to time never was when man was not. If life of man at any time began, a time would come when it would end. But man himself is not the body. I'm probably skipping some of it. So I'm interpreting this as, this is basically letting you know that man is that divine mind, that idea of the divine mind, and is one with Allah. Just like our lessons show us, our elementary lessons, if you want to call them that, our 101s or all of that stuff. So that's why Noble Drew Ali said, I brought you everything it takes to save nation, the mothers, right? Take it and save yourselves. Because he knew that your power was Allah's power. Your attributes were Allah's attributes.
Mm-hmm.
You are the I am identity. What I have done, you too can do, and all other men. So, but what a lot of people are actually doing is they're giving up on themselves and looking without, hoping to see someone who's actually strong. It's like when people feel weak, they look for a leader.
So if they're really looking for Jesus and they love Jesus, for all those that love Jesus, that means that more science and these lessons are for all those that love the I am consciousness within themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Period. Right? God would be the next one, right? Because it mentioned man, God. So what's this God thing? So what is the God in me? Like Mary was saying, it's the God in me. What is What is that? What is that? What is 343? Okay, let's go to page 343. Oops. God. I yield. Anybody want to take that? Matter of fact, let me see. Is it on another page? How far does this go? Okay, about 5 short paragraphs total. All right. So what part of the consciousness is God, right? Since people talking about, Jesus is God, right? When that Wendy account earlier was like, Jesus is God. Okay. All right. Are you saying the I am is to call upon? Because remember, God, right? God, etymologically, what is God? It's not, God is not the Old English supreme being deity. It is not the Christian God, image of God, godlike person. That's what it's not. You know what it actually is? God is this. It's a doing, not a being. God is a doing. Remember how in Genesis it says he spoke and then things were? Right? From the Proto-Indo-European gut, that which is invoked, which means to call upon, to call, invoke. Oh my, to call upon. So you see why in Genesis, whatever wasn't was after it was spoken. See why in certain, it's another scripture in the Bible that says, speak things that are not as though they were. See how you calmly and declare the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Calmly and deliberately declare the truth. God said, let there be light. Okay, so to call upon said, let there be light, and light was. See, it was showing you the whole time who you are, but no. You want to listen to some snake oil salesman who's got a band behind him. That's the praise team, right? Led by some music minister. That can act like, oh, we didn't know this, brother. We didn't know it was that. See, because the gifts of understanding and shut up. I'm not listening to your nigger hypnosis. I know better. Am I know it all? Am I saying I'm better than you? No, what I'm saying is I know better for myself than to listen to that fuck shit you're saying. That's what I'm saying. I know better. You can go over there and do your mental bondage to sense consciousness preaching, and we'll be over here manifesting and rapturing and being immortal and shit. That's just how I see it, right? Mother Delilah says, Islam, the science of being. Brother Dark Blash Bay says, absolute, with multiple exclamation points. So to call upon, right? That's what God actually is etymologically. Now let's see how it's defined metaphysically. I yield. Who's reading? Am I reading?
I'll read it. God,
all right,
the Almighty One, the Creator, the ruler of the universe, the infinite, the eternal. God is not person, but
whoa, stop. Whoa, God is not a what?
Person.
Okay.
But principle. He is the underlying, unchangeable truth.
Hold on, Brother Aura. If it's not a person, why are you saying he? I'd like to answer that one if you don't mind.
It's a principle that was, so that's anthropomorphic. They put a personality on principle. But go ahead, you could.
She, her,
right,
is potential energy. He, him, his is her in action, which is kinetic energy. So the feminine is potential. It receives. It sits there. It has the potential. Say that again.
I didn't know if you knew, but your camera's off.
It really is. Absolutely. It should not be. I'll come back here and do this. There. Is it better?
Yeah, I can see now.
Can you see me when I talk now? Why are we being, Mother Delilah asks, to return to the deific life? Looky, Astro Cookie, right? So anytime you see, even in the 18 years of Jesus' life that are missing, the 18 years of I am that's missing out of the Holy Bible is chapters 2 through 19 in the Holy Quran or Koran, divinely prepared by Prophet Noble Drew Ali Al-Hajj Sheikh Sharif Abdul Ali. So she, her, hers is potential energy, where he, him, his is kinetic. It is the mother principle in action. And sometimes the mother principle in action is called sons. Remember, sons is activity. So we want active Moors, not passive Moors. And her is not being passive when she is begetting activity. See that? See what I did there? So I don't want anybody thinking about, well, I ain't talking about the she energy as if we don't do nothing. It's not what I said. That's what your insecurity and low self-esteem said.
That's what your Canaanite, your Egyptian Canaanite body mind combination thought. He is the underlying. Go ahead. You was gonna say something?
No, I was about to say, I yield. That's what I was about to say. He is. Go ahead.
He is the underlying, unchangeable truth, quote, with whom can be no variation, neither shadow that is cast by turning, end quote. James 1:17. God as principle is absolute good expressed in all creation. When men know God and worship him, quote, in spirit and truth, John 4:24, they recognize him as this great goodness, omnipresent, omniscient, and omnipotent. Blessed be God, the Father of mercies and God of all comfort. 2 Corinthians 1:3.
Yeah, 2 Corinthians 1:3. And Father is the process which mother chooses. So even when you go into the etymology of father, it leads you to the Latin pater, and then pater leads you to the Latin mater. So you can't even have father without mother. It's impossible. So how the fuck did Adam get here again? Stop it. Stop your crazy belief systems. Please stop it. Because you beings are 40, 50, and 60 years old, and you're still talking about an imaginary friend.
So what is man code for woman and rib code for womb? So they say that that woman came from the rib of man, but does that really mean that that man actually came from the womb of woman?
Look at that. And then if we look at that metaphysically, right? Metaphysically, if we were to look at the rib,
do they define rib?
That would be interesting. Let's see if rib is defined, just to go off the list just for a second. Let's see. Is rib defined? That would be very interesting if rib is defined. Interesting. Rib is not defined. However, rib is very close to the solar plexus.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? So from divine mind comes something that can bring forth life. That's the way I could look at she came from the rib. I can see that. Only in the metaphysical. However, in the physical, everything comes from the womb pertaining to a woman. What'd you say?
Yeah, in the physical, that story would make no damn sense, though.
No, because everything, well, the root of everything is thought. If you know where life started, you know where everything starts from. That's an easy fucking answer. Thought. Because first Semitic principle, mentalism, the all is mind. Boom. What I win for that trivia question? No, nothing? No, just some Negro black colors thinking that they were saying some profound shit and they weren't. Okay. I remember when somebody was like, man, if you know where life come from, matter of fact, life come from water, from the waters. So where water come from? Don't nobody know where water come from, brother. Somebody thought about it. And that's why it is.
Right. Even
things that are not as though they were. What'd you say?
They say that the thoughts, wait, the thoughts are like rivers or something like that, on the streams of life or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Thoughts are like flowing rivers. And that's what I'm saying.
Well,
like,
since you brought it up,
imagine
if
if the river had like a bunch of stuff in it. Actually, I was actually looking at water harvesting the other day, and they got what's called rock. I think they're called rock dams or something like that. It's a similar method to what the beavers do. The beavers build the natural dams, which slow the flow of water, and thus creates an area where the water begins to saturate that area and begins to bring life to the to that area. So like we should be building like checkpoint dams, not like those big dams that just hold all the water back. We should do natural small dams every couple of spaces, which allows the water to still go through, but it slows the flow of the water and thus brings life to that whole area. However, so like the thoughts are the same thing, right? When you're thinking, if you got stuff blocking that flow, you see what I'm saying? The thoughts are not going to flow as smooth, as fast. Maybe that's why one of, like, you or me can interact with a public agent and be that quick on our feet to, say, to respond to them. But when their mind is blocked up, like those dams, they stumble, they don't know what to say, their thoughts are not working properly, not flowing accordingly.
Correct. We'll get to Jesus and Christ now that we done got to God, but since we're here at river, go ahead, bro, because you mentioned it.
River metaphysical, a current of thought or a current of vital forces of life. The river, quote unquote, of Genesis 2:10 symbolizes the current of life in the organism garden.
Mm-hmm. So the Garden of Eden, the organism of the light, so the delightful organism.
That would be that Canaanite.
Say that again.
That Canaanite body, that body is of material consciousness, and so therefore it's Canaanite like, right?
Yeah, I just think gardens are probably, they're the thoughts that are flowing. They're current. Those forces are those forces. However, what I think happens is some of those rivers get dammed up with mental bondage to sense consciousness. The flow is stagnated a little, you know what I mean, or slowed down. And then, it's got to be given to Israelites. That's why people think like, oh, well, the people that wear yarmulkes they're utilizing metaphysics against you and then physically being the landlords. And now you can't see that what they're doing is using inner metaphysics and expressing it on you outwardly, taking advantage of you not knowing the inner metaphysics. Well, all metaphysics is inner, but it's like, look,
if if the
Jewish people they're not Jewish. Khazarians or Ashkenazis. Call them what they are. Go ahead. What you say?
So what it's saying, what I'm seeing that it's saying here is that the thought is a vital force. Thought is a vital force. It could also be a detrimental force if you're thinking detrimental thoughts. So the current of thought or the current of vital forces has to flow a certain way within you so that it could cultivate the body. Just like I was saying, if the land, if the water's not making it to that land, then that land is probably not going to be cultivated accordingly. So if those thoughts are not flowing correctly, then your body's not gonna thrive. It's not gonna be the garden that it needs to be. It's gonna become a cemetery because those vital forces are being used in reverse, right? There, instead of you thinking thoughts that become a vital force that uplifts the organism, you're thinking detrimental thoughts. You're in a state of mind that is destroying the organism, is drying it up.
Islam, river of life. I yield, bro.
A river of life, the source of the natural healing impulse that constantly reconstructs the organism. Constantly. When a man in faith makes intimate connection between his mind and the Father's, he enters into the river of life. And he has the ability to take others with him into the waters that cleanse, purify, and vitalize.
And all I got to do is calmly and deliberately declare the truth.
Right, because those waters that cleanse and purify and vitalize is the current of thought.
This thing is much easier than it has been shared. Look, you don't have to go out and hang Pastor Pickfoot and Bishop Dumbass. You don't have to go and hang them. Just stop fucking with them. Make sure you study this on your own. Stop letting people make you think you gotta have imaginary friends and shit. And holding your hands together and calling it praying when I know it's a freaking, magical mantra that you're doing without real energy behind it. And you can't be Negro black colored with this either, because that's still being in Egypt. So how are you going to get, to spiritual consciousness and you're still lying to yourself, calling yourself dead, calling yourself something that is not respected anywhere on the planet, calling yourself something that is outside of principle, calling yourself Negro, black colored, African American, white, brown, yellow, orange. All of you are idolatry God worshippers of mysticism and mythology. You see what I'm saying? Like, you guys got to know what these things really are so that you can manifest them, these things consciously within yourself and move forward. That's why we said the Bible is mostly poetic fiction veiling astro-Masonic facts. So once you remove the veil pertaining to poetic fiction, you will then unveil the astro-Masonic facts. Period. It is what it is. And when you hear Masonic, I don't give a fuck if that's it. No. Mason. Ma and son. Mother and son. Masonry. Son is in the womb of Mary. M-A-N-R-Y is on the outside and son is in the middle. M-A-S-O-N-R-Y. See, son inside of Mary. It's not even complicated. Stop making it complicated. I dare somebody type in the chat the word masonry. M-A-S-O-N-R-Y. You'll see son right in the center of the word Mary. Like she's with child.
Yes.
And remember, son is activity. What'd you say?
I'm saying yes. I'm reaffirming what you're saying.
Islam. So we'll come back, I know, to rights and breath and Solomon. Just very briefly, we'll get into chapter 44 a bit. I just wanted to let's get to God now. I mean, we already did God. Let's get into Jesus. Christ in Galilee, 501, 197, and 320. So let's go to page 501 for Jesus. Jesus. All right, 501. Wow, that's it. That's it. I mean, we can go in more right there too. I guess at the top, right? However, like I said, we just want to really get into the metaphysics. You guys want to go into this further? Prophet Noble Drew Ali University. If you go within Prophet Noble Drew Ali University, right, and just use the search results and type in METAP and see, you'll see Metaphysical Bible Dictionary. Charles Moore, it'll pop up. You guys can read this on your own. Make your own highlights and stuff, right? I yield to you, beloved brother Islam.
Islam, Jesus, metaphysical, the I in man, the self, the directive power, raised to divine understanding and power, the I am identity. Jesus represents God's idea of man in expression. Christ is that idea in the absolute. Jesus Christ was the type man, which includes all the mental phrases through which man passes in demonstrating life's problems. So we find Jesus Christ passing through all the trials, temptations, and mental variations of each of us, quote, yet without sin, end quote. That is, not falling under the dominion of evil thoughts. That's a good one right there. Dominion of evil thoughts. That's like you're under the jurisdiction of the lower self, yo. You're under your lower. Oh, I'm not under your jurisdiction. As long as you're under the jurisdiction of your lower self, you're under the jurisdiction of the kings of the lower self. You know what I mean? Those who are the masters at being in their lower self, probably gonna presume jurisdiction over you when you're operating in that dominion of evil thoughts. The experiences of each individual are in miniature to experiences of all. Miniature. Is that supposed to just say miniature? That is miniature, huh? Kind of.
Yeah, I think it's like a typo. Yeah.
All right. We may, quote, put on the new man, end quote, that is, bring forth Jesus Christ in ourselves. First.
Oh, no, that's miniature is correct. You're good. I just had to look back. Hold on. No, miniature is correct. It's spelled correctly. But go ahead.
Okay, it's fine. First we must put away the old man, quote unquote, that old Canaanite man, right? Of error and limitation through denial of his reality. The second step is
we gotta deny it. Hold on, stop right there.
Yeah.
Again, this is why I'm gonna speak for myself. Brother Hasan has no sympathy for you guys making your transition. If Prophet Noble Drew Ali University is being provided for you freely, we're telling you freely to go to rvbaypublications.com. We come to you 4 degrees out of 7 in a strong. We don't say 4 days out of a week. We come to you 4 degrees every strong, Friday, Sunday, Wednesday, and Monday. We come to you Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. We're not kissing I'm not kissing your ass. Because you've been in denial. You've been denying your higher self. Guess how you're going to really get out of your lower self? By fucking denying it. Stop trying to find a way to go along and get along when you need to deny that old mind. Because it's error filled. It has limitations. And you want me to go along and get along with you limited ones? I like to say fuck no for 1,000, Alex. I'm not doing it. I'm not moving. I'm not doing it. Go ahead, bro. What you say?
They're not denying the lower self. Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Okay, so in order to change the people, you must change their literature. So like if they're not changing their literature, so those people make excuses and don't ever end up reading something that they keep saying they're going to read, or don't end up studying something they're supposed to study. They're what they're actually doing is they're denying it to themselves. You know what I'm saying? They're not changing their literature to change their mind, to deny that old mind, Islam. The second step is to accept the truth of our being in faith. Then through understanding to begin diligently to live truth in thought, word, and deed. The Christ is the man that God created. The perfect idea, man, and is the real self of all men. Jesus Christ is the Christ self brought forth into perfect expression and manifestation.
Stop
Jesus.
Right there. Stop right there. They can definitely read the rest of that. Check this out. Mother Delilah said when we were looking for Rib, I'll expand upon what she says here. She said Resh Yud Beth, the Hebrew letters for Rib. The numbers are 18, 9, and 2, if you wanted to get into the gematria of that. However, I know the calligraphy. I know that Resh is head, right? Because I actually have it right here. Can you see that? Can you see my printed out in laminated chart of Ibri, termed Hebrew or whatever? So Resh is head, right? Resh is head. Yud is hand, or sometimes some would say finger, Yud. Beth is house. So when you know how to read the Ibri a little bit, right? Rib, it could even be Resh Beth, Rib, right? But Resh Yud Beth would still be Rib, right? Resh Beth is head house. Resh Yud Beth would be head hand house or head finger house, right? So to even say that the womb mind comes from the head hand house, that's even letting you know it has to be first in the mind, that's the head, that's the thinking, right? As far as that picture of Resh, Yud, which is the finger of God or the hand of God, right? The hand of to call upon. That's how it goes from thinking into moving or feeling it.
Right.
And then house would be to take refuge within it. And that is where the mind that keeps bringing forth children, which is those thoughts that you won't sacrifice in the fire of Molech because you're concerned about public opinion.
There's no idea.
That's why Jesus was conceived by immaculate conception. Clean thinking. Love beget Mary through clean thinking. Love beget the I am identity. Mary is love. The I am is Jesus. Immaculate conception is clean thinking. So love was able to bring in the I am identity, or to bring forth the I am identity by clean thinking. Immaculate, clean. Conception. Concepts, like we do concept correction. That's what we do. That's what we're doing now. This is a concept correction, impromptu improv. And this is how you condemn the government. This is how you condemn what rules your mind. By seeing yourself. This would be like a live, metaphysical, kind of AstroCivic self-reflection session, sort of. Are you going to take the time to see who you are in this? Just want to know, right?
Don't throw your Bibles away. We're going to use those to condemn the government. Quoting Prophet Noble Terrell there. Prophet Noble Terrell's like, don't throw away your Bibles. We're going to use those. I'm going to use those to condemn the government.
Exactly how we started out early. Number 153 in the Oral Statements and Prophecies. That's exactly correct. Mother Delilah says the 20 becomes the 2, mother and son. Would this be the science of being? Would this be metaphysics? Yeah, that's all it is. We're really needing to know ourselves, and we need to master the workings of nature. Period. That's all I'm really focused on, honestly. Mother Delilah says, Islam, son, yes. And she says, yes again. Very intelligent, says, break it down. Grateful. That's what me and my bros do, sincerely. Mother Delilah has, suggested books to us. I got one behind me that she suggested. It's going to be more I'm going to order because when we study with Mother Delilah, we actually can comprehend these higher science things that she brings and shares. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, oh, okay, this is how we comprehend the language and the letters and, knock them out. You know what I mean? So, and we have fun with it. You know what I mean? This isn't a nana nana boo boo. We know and you don't. This is not what this is. This is, see how we're demonstrating? This shit is yours. Are you ready for it yet? Because it's waiting on you. You know what I mean? However, now Christ. Let's find Christ. Did I say that was 197? I was correct. Christ is page 197. Christ is quite a few paragraphs, maybe. However, I yield whoever's going to read, or I can read either one.
Christ from Greek, anointed, the Messiah, a name or title applied to Jesus of Nazareth, Matthew 16:16, Acts 17:3. Jehovah of the Old Testament is the I am, or Christ of God, invisible. The Messiah is the promise of the visible manifestation of that I am, or Christ. And Jesus Christ is the fulfillment in man of that original spiritual I am, or Jehovah.
Well, say that again. But hold on. Do you see that again? This is happening inside your mind, guys. This is happening inside of you. Why deny yourself? Like, really? You done heard so much about the Bible and Jesus and the building fund and the pastor touching little boys or the music minister. You don't know if he gay or not. Like, look at all. Isn't this better or no? You want to go back and get felt up on by some piano player behind the pulpit? And again, I'm not knocking you. That's what you do in your buildings. Go right ahead. Not knocking you. Do your thing. It's not what I don't condone it. I don't give a fuck about it either. That's not religion. That's dogma. True religion is astrology and cosmology. It's how you bind yourself back to the mindset pertaining to your ancient foremothers and forefathers so that you can remember, be taught and reminded that you're born masters, born perfect. You are manifested perfect masters that have to be taught and reminded to be the perfect and perfected masters pertaining to the workings pertaining to nature. Get over yourselves. Stop denying your higher self and deny that lower self already. But man, we still got to, pay bills and all that. You're in mental bondage to sense consciousness. The reason why you're studying on RV Bay so you can get right, suck on that titty, get that milk at RV Bay. Great, yay, you got the milk. Okay, and then you come to RV Bay Publication from RVBayPublications.com to 7hillstar.com and Lawful Living and begin to exercise these things. You can start exercising actually from RV Bay. You just can't be a punk ass. You got a computer? Great. You can study, you can type, start defending yourself. Just that Lawful Living, the jurisprudence gem is just where we can have a bunch of people mostly thinking on the same level. People are at different levels.
People don't need they don't need some high added degrees to start defending themselves either, because even like aside from civics, jurisprudence, you can start defending yourself by eating the right foods and by staying away from certain places, staying away from certain people and certain activities and foods. Like just by staying away, just by making a conscious decision of, you know, I'm not going to eat that, I'm just going to eat this instead today. You're defending yourself, because there is an attack on your being, because they know that you're the I am identity. So what are they going to do? They're going to give you something so that you can't reach that potential, because a couple I am identities, conscious I ams walking around this planet, it fucks up their plans. The plans of those people who don't want to see the world be a better place, you know what I mean? Not for the majority.
Islam, ideal, bro, metaphysical.
Metaphysical. Christ is the divine idea of man. Jesus is the name that represents an individual expression of the Christ idea. Jesus Christ is the form of the name that is commonly applied to the man of Galilee who demonstrated perfection. Christ Jesus is the idea that is being expressed by men as the result of their faith and in an understanding of truth. Their faith, the result of their faith in an understanding of truth. So they have faith in the truth and they have understanding of the truth, which creates the result of the Jesus Christ idea, which is the perfected expression by man. Physical. Wow. Christ is the only begotten Son of God, or the one complete idea of perfect man in divine mind. He is the embodiment of all divine ideas, such as intelligence, life, love, substance, and strength. In the architect's mind, there may be one masterpiece, but that masterpiece is the sum of all the beautiful ideas that have come to his mind. This Christ, or perfect man, idea existing eternally in divine mind, is the true spiritual higher self of every individual. Each of us has within him the Christ, just as Jesus had. And we must look within to recognize and realize our sonship, our divine origin and birth, even as he did, by continually unifying ourselves with the highest thought, or the highest by our thoughts and words, we too shall become sons of God manifest. The cosmic man, or grand man of the universe, often referred to by religious mystics, is the Christ, and the Christ is the higher self of man.
Bars. Bars.
Thus, a seemingly great mystery is reduced to simple numbers. We do not realize.
Whoa. That sentence just killed all the dogma on the planet.
Bring that back, yo. Bring that back, Paragon Devo.
Thus, a seemingly great mystery is reproduced, is reduced. Reproduced. A seemingly great mystery is reproduced. Now, is reduced, right, to simple numbers. We do not realize the nearness of this cosmic man because we have not found our real selves.
But Jesus, Bruce Lee Christ.
Inserts the Soldier Boy walk away meme right there. Goodness.
Jesus Christ educated his followers to discern the real man. He taught that there is a power in man that gives him authority over the things of the world.
Chapter 1 again.
This principle is the higher self, the spiritual man, the Christ. If we would succeed, we must bring forth the principle. It gives dominion and mastery. Spiritual perception reveals to us that we are not persons. Man, ain't that the one that you posted in the chat the other day? I said I'm gonna use it in my wrist. I think that is the one right there. Man, I need to
Hold
get
on.
that.
Oh yeah, I think I might have sent that. Might have been a couple moon cycles ago.
Yeah, no, hey, bro,
yeah.
Hey, bro, can you copy that part from spiritual perception reveals to us that we are not persons but factors in the cosmic mind? Okay, can you put that sentence? Can you like send that to me? I'm gonna put that in my read. Pardon me, hey brother, can you finish reading? I got a knock at the door. It's on.
I got you, bro.
There's long. 2
All right,
seconds.
so
bro. 2
spiritual
seconds.
perceptions. Oh, go ahead.
Let's see. Can I put that in our chat real quick? I don't know. Let's see. Boom, 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 paste, boom, right? Coming on back at him.
Appreciate you, bro. I'm back to read now too.
You all ready?
All right. Reveal yourself to yourself by affirming, I am the Christ, Son of the living God, in quote unquote. Look at yourself not as flesh and blood, but as spirit. Jesus Christ affirmed his true self, and the Father acknowledged him. The reason for the limited comprehension and power of the ordinary man is found in the fact that he sees the world about him as under material law. And agreeing with it, he makes himself agreeing with it. That sounds like consent. You put yourself in
the reason for limited comprehension. The reason for limited comprehension. The reason for limited comprehension. I just wanted to make sure I put emphasis on that.
The reason for
the limited comprehension.
the reason for concept correction sessions. No, I'm just kidding. The reason for our comprehension or concept correction comprehension. No, Christ is the cosmic man. Wait, hold on. He thinks he's under the material law and agrees with it, and he makes himself part of it. Christ is the cosmic man, the grand man of the universe, demonstrated, developed, brought out in every man, every mind. So,
man, that line, the one you told me to send you, and I did. I put it in our group chat. However, the reason for any of you beings out here chasing secured party creditor bullshit, chasing discharge debt bullshit. The reason that you're doing this is because the limited comprehension and limited power pertaining to your ordinary mind is found in the fact that you see the world about you as under material law. And thus you are agreeing with it and then making yourself the very federal agent that you complain about.
Jesus Christ.
I am Jesus Christ. He is within me. No longer looking outside myself, baby.
Is this where we start firing up the organ again? Woo! Is that where we start doing it?
Dominate the drums.
Yeah. Yes. Woo! I'm trying to tell you, y'all ain't none. There's not one church out there that's going over this.
Just let your soul.
C. Thomas says, you know what? I'm just going to basically just respond to it. Being vegan is the best choice you can make because what you're doing is you're allowing your mind to be able to hold on and retain the stuff that you study. Because when you have these other energies, these animal byproducts, chicken, beef, pork, fish, dairy, cheese, milk, creams, stuff like that, it limits your thinking. It limits the energy in you. Ramadan is coming up on the 22nd of March until the 21st April. Observe Ramadan. Do your best not to eat between sunup and sundown. Once the sun go down, enjoy yourself. However, make vegan choices. If they're not alkaline, cool. Just make vegan choices. If they're alkaline, even greater. All righty. So yeah, being vegan will definitely help you out there, right? Very Intelligent says that they consent to concept correction. Mother Delilah says, question number 36 in the 101 questionnaire, Brother R. She also says, justice in the room. Right? So if I was to grab my 101, right? I have my 101 and 102 here, Mother Delilah. So let me grab my 101 and my 102s, all right? Let's read question number 36. And I know we're going to do, we'll read briefly to show you guys what chapter 44 is, because when we were speaking earlier about misery, right? When we're speaking about Egypt, Mizraim, right? This can only produce misery. That's why I wouldn't call myself Mizraim. Number 36. What does the name Jesus mean? Jesus means justice, right? Look at that. That's in your 101. That's in your 101 questions for Moorish Americans, right? And then as you grow in these lessons and you can come here to like the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary, it's like, whoa, now I can see that Prophet Noble Drew Ali gave me some simplicity that when I further look into it, it's like, oh man, then I can go back to my 101 questions and see the justice that's needed. I can be the I am identity without being someone with limited comprehension, limited power that's just an ordinary mind who now agrees to make myself a part of the oppression that I complain about. You know what I mean? Like straight up. All right. So now the last word is Galilee. That was in the list. And then we'll go and look up bread, rights. We already read river, bread, rights, and Solomon. We'll check that out, right? So now go back to our list. Galilee is on page 320 out of 1,045 pages. 320. Right? 320 would be 20 degrees Aquarius. Y'all like that? That's funny, right? That's okay, I'll let it go. Galilee. It's a few there. Am I reading yet or no? Maybe I'll
I got you, bro. Galilee. Greek from Hebrew, rolling, turning, a ring, a circle, a band, a circuit, rolling energy. An example, momentum.
Yeah, it est momentum. Go ahead.
Let's see. One of the three main divisions of the country pertaining to Palestine. At one time, it consisted of a circuit of 20 towns that Solomon gave to Hiram, king of Tyre. At the time of Jesus Christ, it was a part of Palestine in which he did much of his ministry. The disciples were Galileans, Acts 2:7, and Nazareth, the home of Jesus, was in Galilee, Matt 2:22, Isaiah 1. The name of a sea in Palestine, Matthew 4:18. Metaphysical.
So you see, they brought up Palestine. That's something you guys can do for homework. See what's the metaphysical definition of Palestine, right? I'm going to bring up Solomon just briefly. I'm going to go into it all the way. It's like 2 pages long. Hiram. You can look up Hiram and look up Tyre. You might can find Hiram and Tyre in the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary. See what they mean, because all this pertains to your consciousness and endocrine system. That's it. That's all. I yield, bro. Metaphysical.
It's metaphysical, energy of life, life activity, soul energy, power, force, energy, acting in conjunction with substance. Jesus' entrance into Galilee, John 4:43 through 54, represents the increased activity that ensues when truth comes down into the subconscious realm and brings about the realization of Christhood. After personality has been denied in praise of God, the call upon has been set up.
So look at that. After your after you do the denial of the old mind, right? The old man. And now you're praising your divine mind, right? So you're denying the Egyptian mindset, and now you're like, hey, check this out. I'm gonna be all about this spiritual consciousness, the spiritual mindset. Okay, when the illumined.
Right. It's like I found I found Jesus, but it's really just I found my I am identity, right? I found who I was looking for within without continue to look on the outer. Right. So when the illumined intellect, John the Baptist, is cut off.
Hold on. So John the Baptist is the illumined intellect. Intellect. That? Okay, go ahead. I get it.
Yes. It's cut off from outer expression. The spiritual I am, Jesus, withdraws into Galilee, consciousness of endless activity, in order to come into closer contact with God, the source of all energy. See Matthew 4:12. Galilee associated with mountain, Matthew 28:16 and 17, symbolizes a high consciousness of life. Science tells us that this Galilee consciousness exists everywhere as an interpenetrating ether. Jesus called it the quote unquote, the kingdom of the heavens. The disciples represent man's faculties. Our work is to call the attention of these faculties to this quote unquote kingdom of the heavens within us. Some of them will appreciate and enter into it, while others will be unaffected, will be dubious.
One moment. Mother Delilah says, look for Philistine, not Palestine. That's interesting. I'm going to still probably look for both of them, Mother, just to be honest with you, to see if in that way I can, see what both of them are. However, if Palestine doesn't exist in the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary, then yes, of course, either way, if it did or it didn't, I would still look up Philistine also. So we appreciate you, Mother Delilah. All righty. I yield. Go ahead, Islam.
Man or mind has a dual nervous system. It's very Geminian right there, right? Gemini nerves. The nerves are the wires that conduct the messages of the mind to every part of the organism. The voluntary nervous system centers in the spinal cord. The involuntary or sympathetic nervous system centers in the solar plexus. A constant flow of nervous energy is making the circuit of this nervous system and carrying all kinds of messages from the mind.
Man, right there. Okay, so and I'm not promoting nobody. I'm not even gonna say his name, but that touches that the concept of the adrenal glands and how we're always in like a anxious state, right, or an anxiety state, or people are in that state of mind because they always like, oh, I gotta work, I gotta pay bills, I gotta do this, I gotta do that. They're always on 1,000, like every day, all day. And when they get to relax, they start. It's so crazy. Some people take a vacation like once a year. You know what I'm saying? Like they work all year and they take one vacation or whatever, and then go right back there in that mode all the time. This right here says the nervous system. Wait, what did it say?
Like the voluntary nervous system, then the involuntary is sympathetic. Yeah, that sounds very Gemini and Virgo-ish right there.
Involuntary. That part is involuntary.
All right. So the involuntary or sympathetic nervous system centers in the solar plexus. A constant flow of nervous energy is making the circuit of this nervous system and carrying all kinds of messages from the mind. This seat of vitality.
A constant flow.
Is designated in the history of Jesus as the Sea of Galilee. John 6:1 means that I am passed over the voluntary nervous energy to the involuntary, quote unquote, to the other side, and concentrated at the solar plexus. The great multitude, quote unquote, that followed are the legions of thoughts that swarm in the mind, seeking harmony.
Man, if them people could get out of mental bondage to sense consciousness and trying to big up their favorite pastor or bishop and really grasp what we're saying right here, man, they will fucking free themselves overnight. It'll be over by breakfast. Especially if they don't limit themselves with saying, but I gotta take baby steps. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. We'll see. We'll see. Now, just because
Hold
I'm
on, one
just
second, bro.
curious.
The quote unquote, go back. I think it was like the
Go back?
mountain. Yeah, that last little part.
I was at 320, right? 320, 321.
I love this thing. All right. The quote unquote mountain into which Jesus went is the high spiritual consciousness.
Can we go back to the last page? I want to analyze the sentence real quick.
Oh, say that again, but 1 second. Now, does it make sense? When we was talking about Martin Luther King, and Brother Todd just shared that Martin Luther King was, he was bucking his Masonic oath, talking about he'd been to the mountaintop and seen the promised land. Remember, the promised land is the redeemed body, and the mountaintop is spiritual consciousness.
Oh, wow.
But he took a Masonic oath of death to never tell the people that. But his I Dream a speech, I Have a Dream speech was him bucking his Masonic oath. That's why he was the only one that didn't get the memo to not wear a tie, so that the shooter could know who the right one to shoot would be. Way to go, Jesse Jackson. You're amazing. All right, go ahead, bro. What'd you say, brother?
Can you go back to the last page real quick?
This one right here?
Yeah. Yeah.
What you see, bro?
Nah, I'm just stuck on that sentence. A constant flow of nervous energy is making the circuit of this nervous system and carrying all kinds of messages from the mind.
That's why people got to be able to. That's why being vegan is a really good choice, unless you want to keep circulating all the. Imagine a cow gets killed in the most unpeaceful manner, and then you're eating a burger from that cow, and then you're wondering why you're feeling paranoid and anxious and shit. I got anxiety. No, you don't. You're taking on some other animal's anxiety through the cannibalism that you're doing, called burger eating.
When man reaches perfectness, he's self-sustained. You don't have to go without. Not saying you don't have to go without things, saying you don't have to go without of yourself from within you. You don't have to go outside of yourself for sustenance. You sustain from within.
How many people want to take this on, man? Because remember, they too busy doing Molech worship and burning those children in the fires of Molech.
In the fires.
In other words,
yeah.
They don't want to look like no clown or no goofy or some fool in front of their homeboys and homegirls. Idiots. Mm-hmm. Are we ready? to look at bread now?
It's only like 3 words.
It's all good. Bread, rights. Oh, you know what? Before we get there, you know what I wanted to look at?
It's actually 2
Because
words.
Mother Delilah mentioned it, right? Well, let's see. Let's look up Palestine and Philistine real quick. This is some other extras. In the M section. N O P. Oh, still O. P A G P A L. It would be P-A-L-E. I don't see P-A-L-E. Hold on. Yeah. So Delilah says to look up Philistine. Because it goes from P-A-L-A to P-A-L-L. Right? So now let's look up Philistine. Y'all all right out there? Son? Y'all all right? Yes. All right, it was a delivery. All right. Philistine. We're at PHI. PHIL. Are we here yet? Mother Delilah, there's Philistia. Philistines. All righty, Mother Delilah. Let's see what it says. All right. I'll take it all the way here. Let's see. All right. All right. What do we got for Philistine? And then we'll go to bread. After
Philistine.
Bread, go ahead.
Philistine in AV Genesis 10:14. Philistim. This form is the correct one. Philistines or teens. From Hebrew, rolling about, transitory, migrating, immigrating, moving to and fro, wandering, deviating from a true course, rejected, infidels, inhabitants of Philistia, a tribe or nation of people in Philistine or Palestine, pardon me, that was always at enmity with the Israelites and against the higher self, and against whom the Israelites were almost continually warring. Genesis 21:32, 26, 118, Exodus 13:17, Joshua 13:2, 3. Metaphysical strangers, immigrants, foreigners. Forces foreign to spirit.
Wow.
The 5 great cities of the Philistines ruled by lords. Wow, wait, hold on. That sounds like the 5 brethren. Ruled by lords, quote unquote. Mean the 5 senses. What did I say? What did I just say? The 5 senses under the dominion of thoughts foreign to spirit.
Sounds very Egyptian to me.
The Philistines were opposed to all true spiritual discipline. They
It sound like
worship
some real nigga. Let me stop.
they worship strange gods in the form of animals and resorted to all kinds of sorcery and soothsaying. When the 5 sense man gives himself up to sense desires and makes no attempt to live in spiritual consciousness, he is ruled by Philistine thoughts. Now, that just made me think about the stories about Hitler banning shit like immediately, like when he started whatever he was doing at that time, he started banning a lot of the shit that was corrupting the minds of the people. And it sounds like that's someone who's trying to set a standard for someone to be able to wow, let me read this. Hold on. When the 5 sense man gives himself up to sense desires and makes no attempt to live in the spiritual consciousness, that's what they're doing. They corrupt the mind so that the mind never thinks to live in the spiritual consciousness. Make that shit even sound goofy. You know what I mean? Like to the point where they try to, you know what I mean? They try to make that shit sound goofy. Like, oh, look at this conscious ass motherfucker here. You know what I mean? Like,
that's why it's like I don't believe that the Negro black coloreds, those that subscribe to being black and brown and African American, Negro colored, how could they ever be spiritually conscious when the very terms that they call themselves is what deludes to slavery, deludes to mental bondage, to sense consciousness? That's why.
And Drew Ali, Noble Drew Ali said to not cling to those names and principles that delude to slavery.
Exactly.
Don't cling to them. Clinging is likened to bondage. You know what I'm saying? You're bonding yourself to something that is having you to be treated as an undesirable. What you're doing is making you an undesirable character to where no other beings or things want you around. It's undesirable. If something's undesirable, you don't want it. You know what I mean? You don't want it around you.
Well, how far is this one for Philistine? Because Mother Delilah, you know, she even said in the chat, she's like, Palestine is basically it's not even in there. She said it ain't in there, right? Philistine is pretty healthy. I think it goes all the way to here, if I'm not mistaken. And right here.
Can you view this document as like one long document where you could do Control F searches in the entire book?
On the iPad, you can.
I'm just asking. You don't have to. I was just gonna say because that would be the best way to search. I would say.
Oh yeah. To see where Palestine shows up in the text all the time. Yeah, but it's just not defined. So the actual. However, we can see Philistine and Palestine is basically technically, you know, same thing. You know, because the inhabitants of Philistia is a tribe or nation of people, which still means some type of thoughts and consciousness built up within someone in Palestine that was always at enmity, right? They was always beefing with the consciousness.
Isn't that the name of that place where they said that where that first train derailed? Is that what they called it?
East Palestine, Ohio. Yeah.
Interesting.
So East is within. And so, yeah, obviously there's some, you know, anger, right, that's going on. So even when people talk about a physical Palestine and there's a Israel that was established in 1948, all of that is like, you can't be some pale skins talking about you ruling over some Moors. That just don't even make sense. Like I get names and energies. Yeah, that's kind of tough.
They're not ruling over Moors. They're ruling over Negroes, blacks, and colors.
Oh, got you. Yeah, over there, what they call Israel, but it's like, no, it's Palestine. Look, I get it. At the end of the day, it sounds like some Egyptian stuff going on there under the guise of some spiritual consciousness. It's like, I'm gonna go with a no on that one. So that's just where I'm at there. However, yeah, man, I think everyone should read the rest of this. You know what I mean? Because that next portion there is pretty amazing too, man. Like, it really is. Like, I think that's pretty cool also, right? Even though I know you got to finish that one, it says this is a suppression of the real mind. However, I think if you really read those things, see how there are two armies battling within yourself. See how Goliath is representing some giant proportion of some scared, terrified thinking within yourself. You know what I mean? Like, you guys got to really look at this. You guys got to really take this and look at, if you're not a part of Prophet Noble Drew Ali University, all you got to do is, click the link, and at our Instagram at 7 Hill Star or Our Astrology Street, or maybe I could drop the link in this chat here. Mother Delilah says, very intelligent says learning. Slim Herman says Islam. Mother Delilah says the keys were to be released when the time is right. In the front of the Quran, circle 7. Yeah, indeed. Correct. Derek Blashbay says public versus private. That's actually funny. I don't know if you meant it to be funny like that, but that's fucking funny right there. Talking about the Philistines and the Israelites, like that's pretty funny, right? But guys, you need to go and read that yourself, right? So let's go to Bread, right? Bread was on what page again?
131.
170.
Oh,
right?
170.
Sweet. 170, right? All righty. Brother R did point this out earlier. Bread. I yield, bro.
Bread, John 6:7. Metaphysical, universal substance. Bread, representative of universal substance, the substance of the omnipresent Christ body. Our daily bread is the sustenance for spirit, mind, and body. That's like what we just ate for the last couple hours right there. Right? That's sustenance given during this video. Some of this daily bread is appropriated in the form of food. There is substance in words of truth, and this substance is appropriated by prayer and meditation on truth. I don't falter.
So that's Bread. Prophet Noble Drew Ali University link has been put into the chat there. For those of you that may not be a part of Prophet Noble Drew Ali University, those of you that are, great for you. Right? All right. So next, we're actually looking at, right? Rights. RITES, right? Page 811. And then we'll look at a little bit of solid. All right. Let's go to page 811. Just before Rivers on page 12 is rights. I yield, bro. Islam.
Rites, metaphysical. The rites and ceremonies of the priests in the tabernacle represent the action of spiritual forces in developing the body. The great
read that again. Read that again, bro.
Rites and ceremonies of the priests in the tabernacle represent the action of spiritual forces in developing the body.
So when you saying that if anybody out there, like I said, I was gifted this token. ancient free and more, right? The ancient free Moorish right. What's right again? Oh, the actions pertaining to spiritual forces in developing the body. And then we're going over this. So I keep this token on me at all times. And shout out to the Exalted Cyclops for gifting this. Alrighty? It's a thing going on. All the brothers will eventually have one. I got this as a gift. Alrighty? So even though I'm not talking about I'm subscribing to Dr. Alim, there's no L Bey family in my thinking. I really think that L Bey stuff just really comes from people that don't really comprehend there's no such thing as an L Bey family. You're either L or a Bey, you know what I mean? There's no L Bey. However, when I start getting gifts and tokens and things like that, it's because of the work that I'm doing, irregardless if I'm a part of some group or not, which I'm not. So this is somebody recognizing something within me. So I keep this token on me. Alrighty. It's really a land conveyance decal, actually. Take the sticker off, put it on your land conveyance. Right? Not knocking those that are part of those orders. And I'm going to always have on my fez, and I don't need to wear someone's apron. Right? Me and my bros are ancient free Moorish right without having to be a part of some group. However, I just pulled that out. So you guys, did you see the word right on there? Did you guys see that? Let me bring it out one more again. Can we see that? Can we see right? Can we see that? Ancient free Moorish right. Ancient, free, Moorish action pertaining to spiritual forces in a developing body. That's it, that's all. I yield.
The rites and ceremonies of the priest in the tabernacle represent the action of spiritual forces in developing the body. The great object of man's existence in planetary consciousness is to build a body after the ideals given by the Lord. The physical body is the tabernacle or temporary structure in and through which the enduring body is formed, and regeneration is a combination of chemical, mental, and spiritual process. Digestion is the process of making utilizable the energy stored in material envelopes or cells. This energy may be used to vitalize the muscles or to aid in brain building.
Yo,
More or less build, right?
uh-huh.
I'm over here building with this salad right now. But it must get its life from spirit. If it fails to do this, the structure that it builds is lifeless. We got to run that whole 2 sentences back.
That's why I thought it would be a good extra to go into. So people will know, so they'll stop thinking it's some super Masonic stuff. Guys, you really study for real. I know it took me, well, I ain't gonna say it took me 8 years, because me, Mother Delilah, and Brother Taj sitting at her dining room table just a couple years ago was looking at this and going through it. You know what I mean? I would go and visit Mother Delilah. She would make them bomb ramen that she makes. Mother Delilah makes an excellent fresh ramen. I promise you, it's the best ramen I've ever tasted. Like, seriously, Mother Delilah makes a really great ramen. So looking forward to some ramen, and we're going over these because she has the physical actual books, like how Brother R showed earlier. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, let's go into these things. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, that's why I was just like, even then I was like, But I had my hands on a metaphysical Bible dictionary though, even before linking up with Mother Delilah. You know what I mean? And looking at these things, it just got better and clearer the more I could study with others going over the metaphysical Bible dictionary. All right. However, and Mother Delilah also says that how she got Philistia is when she looked up Palestine on Adam Online. So that's how she went to know to look it up in the metaphysical Bible dictionary. All right. And see, Thomas says Islam. Go ahead, bro. I yield, man. You're on it. You're on it.
All right. Digestion is the process of making utilizable the energy stored in material envelopes or cells. This energy may be used to vitalize the muscles or to aid in brain building, but it must get its life from spirit. If it fails to do this, the structure that it builds is lifeless. It is evident from a reading of Leviticus 10:1 through 11 that Nadav and Abihu put alcohol, see verse 9, in their censers, stomachs, instead of the natural regenerative fire of spirit.
Yeah, all they need to do is just breathe and meditate.
Bro, remember I told you, I forget where I was at, and this guy was like, "What do you do for a living?" And I was like, "I breathe." What do you mean? Because they want to hear that you're, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3, commercing it. You know what I mean? They want to know what you do to get Federal Reserve notes when they ask questions like that. So they're saying the stomach is a sensor. All right, so instead of the natural regenerative fire of spirit, alcohol is an attempt by man to make a substitute for the natural life energy that is imparted to him by the Lord. When this artificial fire is put into the stomach, it clashes with the fire energies of the system. The result is destruction of the cells, similar to the burning out of a dynamo. For this reason, it is more dangerous for one who has entered the regeneration to drink wine or anything else containing free alcohol than for the unregenerate. So that's saying, like, if you stop drinking and you're healing, you're on a spiritual path, and then for you to drink is worse than someone who drinks every day, because they're or for someone who does spiritual practice very good at breathing exercises, but then you go back and start smoking cigarettes or something. All that. In the latter, the spirit fire from on high has not been kindled, and after a period of stupor of residency, right, the nerves and temporarily exited cells are at peace.
Yeah, excited cells are at peace. Yeah, because it's like, hey, yeah, indeed.
One who has started the soul life in his system, however, should beware how he attempts to stimulate that life from the material side of existence. It is sanctified to the Lord, and its only source of increase and glorification is spirit.
Yeah, so the Lord would be your spiritual consciousness senses and not your body consciousness senses, right? So that, I mean, this is just Islam. I self-law am master. I mean, can we see that? Can we see that's what this is? Man, know thyself.
Oh, you said
it's Father God Allah.
You said Islam. Said Islam, so I already know that you're on some bullshit because all religions are Utu. Like, you don't even know what religion is. You're You're terming things religion, which are not.
So, man, mind, know yourself and your process, which Mother chose to call upon all balanced law pertaining to the zodiac, so that you can master yourself by being the law that you are. That's real I self law and master, not some package selling status correcting. This is why I stand how I stand. This is why I can write writs how I write writs. This is why people come to Brother Aura, Muaba Bey, and I for concept correction sessions. Even if it's dealing with, oh, I'm dealing with this with rent and all, and we have these concept corrections, especially like mainly Moorish Americans who we cater to, first and foremost. However, we don't knock other beings that aren't. However, it seems like it's much easier to have concept corrections with either Moorish Americans or people that are sincere about, you know, being serious about nationality and birthrights, and Albion sons and daughters. The Albion sons and daughters, when they get their hands on this and they get their eyes on it and they start reading it, man, it seems like they get into it a lot quicker and faster than Moors that are on the bridge about they don't know if they want to stay in Egypt or go to Israel. That Albion immediately goes, shit, this is the way to Israel? Cool. All we did was like, here's a brochure of Israel. They're like, damn, hold up, man. Does that mean this, and that, and this? And we're like, yeah, like, man, hold on, let me pack my bags. Where you going? I'm going to Israel, man. I ain't even wasting my time. That's how the Albion, to my experience, that's how the Albion is.
Yeah.
The ones that we've spoken to, shit.
The honorable ones, right?
Yeah.
Islam.
And a couple of daughters and sons. Let me say that. And a couple of daughters and sons that are in Albion spacesuits. However, they have Moorish spirit. And remember, the Moorish nation is everyone on the planet. Copper tone, olive shades, and pale skins.
Has to be. There's no way that it can't be.
Absolutely. That's why I'm like, man, once you get these higher keys, it's like, you can't go backwards and be like, man, let me go. I have two brothers that I still check on every once in a while, even though they're not Moorish American. Two. Not a crew. Two. And they know what I'm about. They saw me go through my transition. At times they thought I was, hey man, why are you messing up your life? Look, man, it's all good. in about 5 to maybe 8 or 10 years, this won't look like this. Here we are at year 8, within year 9. And they can see where I'm at right now. And they like, yo, that's really working out for you, man. I ain't gonna front. I thought you was fucking yourself up. No, I'm not. I am exiting Egypt. That's what it was at that time. Like, hey, man, I'm making my exodus, man. Exodus. I was getting out of there, bro. It's like packing my bags. It's real that way. You know what I mean? I mean, go to the higher self, you know. That's what it is. All righty. Last but not least, Solomon. That's on page 906.
Oh, that's a cool page.
Yeah, you're hilarious, yo. You are so hilarious, bro.
Yo, I got like an idea, yo. Oh my gosh, I'm about to lose it in the chat.
It is on 905. I put 906, but it's on now. It's 905, 906, on to 907. So it's mostly 906, right? But Solomon would mostly be that, and it would end, because Solomon's temple would be the next entry, right? So we would stop just at Solomon, right? So I could just take that right there. Maybe. It doesn't matter. Oh, hold on. I want to do another highlight, yeah. To show there's something different. It's all good. All right. Last but not least, Solomon, and then we'll go and briefly read a portion in Misery. We'll give you guys some homework. Go and read on your own, right? Do your own metaphysical reasoning and uplifting pertaining to oneself. Solomon. Who's reading Solomon?
Solomon, Hebrew, whole, entire, complete, integral, peace, concord, integrity, rectitude, soundness, peaceful, pacific. A son of David by Bathsheba, and king of Israel after David. 2 Samuel 12:24, 1 Kings 30:12. Metaphysical, the state of mind that is established in consciousness when the soul is unified with wisdom and love. Whole, complete, concord, peaceful. That Solomon stands for more than a great Hebrew king and a wise man is quite evident to those who have searched deeply in religious and mythological history. As students who look especially for information about the individual man, we discern in Solomon a development of the presiding genius at the heart center. In scripture, brain and nerve centers, or more strictly speaking, thought centers, are designated as cities.
Hold on, what are cities?
Oh, snizap. So that means they need the whole city to think a certain way. Because that city is going to be a thought center that will link with another city, where they can say those are states, where they can say those are United States, where they can say these are the rules. But then you would still have to believe that you're under that material law and subject yourself to it, as we read earlier.
All right, don't drop the bomb on them. I'm making a joke, but seriously, like that's just me, like to bring humor. But yeah, we're like serious. But you know how some bands can get like the jokes. It's like, oh, we know they're serious, but here's a little laughter. But seriously though, yeah, we're not joking around. But yeah, drop the bomb on them, Brother R. Islam. How you?
You already know. Yeah.
My question still stands. What are cities again?
I did kind of go too deep with that. No, that was good. They needed that.
Yeah, right, that's perfect.
Yo, let me read that part one more time though. In scripture, brain and nerve centers, or more strictly speaking, thought centers. Nerve centers, more strictly speaking, thought centers, are designated as cities, and the presiding or ruling.
So then while he's changing pages, that goes back to the voluntary nervous system and what was that other one? I think the voluntary and involuntary nervous system.
Voluntary and involuntary.
Yeah. The continuous flow of nerves that are linked to the thoughts, the mind, Islam. Intelligence that controls or directs the work of any center as a personality.
Hold on 1 second, so the people remember you coming from in the presiding or ruling.
The presiding
intelligence
or ruling intelligence that controls or directs the work of any center as a personality. Jerusalem, city of peace, stands for the heart center, and Solomon, peaceful man, stands for the presiding intelligence.
So Solomon is the president of Jerusalem.
Presiding intelligence.
If you got hate in Jerusalem, let it out.
You can't have hate in
Yeah,
Jerusalem.
that's the city of peace. That's your city of peace.
Dang.
You know what I mean?
Can't have hate in a city of peace.
Yeah, those thought centers got to be full of the love. They got to be love filled.
Or does that mean that we have to separate?
That's why I was saying earlier, I'm not an asshole. I just know what it takes that you have. I know Malika was like, well, I'm just cold turkey with the shit. So am I. However, what I also am is when I see something doesn't work, I'm not doing it. I'm not going to keep being Bart Simpson. Remember that episode of The Simpsons where Lisa did an experiment and said, is a hamster smarter than my brother, or is my brother smarter than a hamster? And so she had one part of her experiment. She had put electrodes on this pellet for the hamster. The hamster touched the pellet one time, got electrocuted, didn't go back. Lisa had put some electrodes on a cupcake, and Bart touched it. Like, he was like, ow. Touched it again. Ow. 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 Because he just wanted the fucking cupcake.
Mm-hmm.
That's Negro black colors. And anybody else that calls themselves crayon stuff. They keep touching the fucking cupcake that keeps electrocuting them, all because they got a sweet tooth.
With your Creole ass.
Flat out.
And no, literally they do that too with food though.
Mm-hmm. Islam.
Yeah, people are really fucked up by that food. Like that's the one they give into the most. Because if you just go out, you see a lot of people don't look healthy. Yeah, it's almost to the point you go to the gym, motherfuckers don't look healthy at the gym.
Basically. At all. You know what I mean? So with that being said, guys, read the rest of Solomon for your homework, right? Read the rest of Solomon. All right, check that out. See what that is, right? Mother Delilah had mentioned, and before I do I think before Brother Ara does the invocation out, actually, let's go to chapter 44. All right, that's a XLINV, right? Chapter 44, right? Misery, right? Because we were talking about Egypt and things of that nature. Misery has 23 minutes to it, or 23 verses. I say, let's just look at maybe the first one. And what you guys will see when you look at it, this is the reason why I love these type ones, 40 through 44. What they do is, in most of the Quran, what it does is it gives you the what you don't want for like the first half of the chapter. And then the second half of the chapter is this is what you do want, right? So what's number one of what you don't want? Feeble and insufficient as you are, O mind, in good. So when it comes to being good, you're feeble and insufficient, O mind. Frail and inconsistent as you are in pleasure. Yet there is a thing in which you are strong and unshaken. You know what it is? It's misery. It is the character pertaining to your being, the prerogative pertaining to your nature. In your breast alone, it resides without you. There is nothing pertaining to it. And behold, what is its source? But your own passions. But your own passions? He who gave you these also gave you reason to subdue them. In other words, stop staying in fucking Egypt. You can go to Israel. Exert it and you shall trample them under your feet! Exclamation point.
Yeah, that's starting just like inconstancy.
Exactly. That's why I said chapters 40 through 44 are those 5 chapters that, you know what I mean? Either you're going to finish reading them feeling empowered or you're going to feel like shit. It all depends on what your spirit clings to. I'm serious. I'm serious. I think they're beautiful because it shows you like, oh, yep, not going to be that. That's what I'm not doing. Let me calmly and deliberately declare the truth that I'm not doing that first half shit. Like, right? Seriously. So you guys need to read these things. Don't be afraid of your Quran. It's only 48 chapters. Do you know you can do a Quran devotional reading in 48 days? Just read a chapter a day. And in 48 days, you'll have it done. That's a moon cycle in 18 days. Can't beat that.
Employee
That's a
resolution.
whole sign in 18 degrees. What'd you say?
Employee resolution, and thou art wise. Be wise and be wise and thou be happy. Something like that, right?
Yeah, like resolution is the opposite of this. So let's see. Where is? Hold on. Time out. I thought it was going to be here.
But they bring it up in inconstancy in the chapter.
Oh, in inconstancy. That's what I thought. Yeah. Okay, that's what I was thinking. Like, hold on, resolution, is it this one? But it's all good. In inconstancy. Nature urges you to inconstancy, O mind. Therefore, guard yourself at all times against it.
Thou art from the womb of thy mother, various and wavering. From the loins of thy father inheriteth thou instability. How then shalt thou be firm?
Those who gave thee a body furnished it with weakness, but he who gave thee a soul armed thee with resolution. Employ it, and thou art be wise, and thou art wise, be wise, and thou art happy.
That's what I was talking about right there.
Bars. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Like, it's just a matter of really looking at these things, man, and really enjoying them, y'all. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, are there any questions, comments, and or suggestions out there? Let's see. Oh, look, it's still 13 of you. This is amazing. Mother Delilah says the word cities is in the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary also two and also, right? Yeah, and okay, got you. She was saying cities is also in there also, right? If we were to go to the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary and see cities, where I gotta admit, I just say it was phenomenal what was already said about cities, to be completely honest. You know what I mean? Let's see. And then we'll yield. CU. There's O. Boom. I just went right past it. There it is. Cities. Right.
Fixed states of consciousness or aggregations of thoughts in the various nerve centers of the body. There goes the nerve centers again. The presiding or central thought meaning of a city is found in the significance of its name, combined with that of the man tribe, country, or nation with which it is mentioned. And their highest significant, the quote-unquote cities of Judah, 2 Samuel 2:1, represent spiritual centers of life and consciousness. Quote, the city which hath the foundations whose builder and maker is God, end quote. Hebrew 11:10 is the spiritual body. Its foundation is the ideal body created by divine mind. By faith, not belief, we bring this ideal body into manifestation. Wow, they got clairvoyance in there too.
And I normally don't put the cash apps there, guys. I just did it just in case anybody wanted to, give a donation. You don't have to. We're not about to fire up the organ and pass the collection plate. I'm just kidding.
But wait, Pastor Braveheart is back. We're going to pass around the collection plate for you to show some love to your Lord and Savior. Thank you.
You're hilarious, bro. However, those of you who want to make a donation, you can do so. The Cash App is Caduceus symbol, or what you call the $ OurAstrologyStreet. And normally, you guys, if you want to give a donation for what's going on here at Impromptu Improv, I will make sure to split that with my brother. Normally, I split it with Brother R and right? Because usually all other brothers be like, man, y'all keep it to yourselves, y'all. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. However, we're going to be looking to do more things so you guys can donate for other things that we're doing here, to be very, very honest with you, right? However, with that being said, again, CashApp, right? It's the Ducey symbol, which you call the $ Our Astrology Street. If you wanted to make any love gift, any non-obligatory love gift that you would like to donate, you can do so. If not, cool, whatever. You guys can still go and freely click on that link for Prophet Noble Drew Ali University. Be not guilt tripped it, because I'm not a traveling agent. Okay, so I'm not giving guilt trips. All right, I'm just saying, this is if any of you out there, Spirit just told me to share, because normally I don't. You know what I mean? You guys have come for us for concept correction. You know what I mean? You order a session with Brother R and I for concept correction. That's great. You know what I mean? Order mirror session from either myself, Brother Sean, Brother Corey, or Brother Terrell. And there'll be more things to come, for you all. And there are other things that are there. We do other things. We have reports for you guys. You get your mental magician report from Brother Sean. I do Synastry readings. All of the bros are qualified for astrology. I know Brother R is still diligently finishing up to get his 7 Hill Star certification, as far as that's concerned, and he's working at his own pace, which I actually, think is best, so that he is, comfortable with how he would rather start doing the astrology, and he'll let you guys know when he's ready too. I'm pretty sure, right? So with that being said, are there any other questions, comments, and or suggestions? Any questions, comments, and or suggestions? Going once.
I got a comment about this cities thing. So the cities are in the body, not outside of the body. So when it's just like when one says, where do you live? If you're telling someone that you live in a city that's outside of your body, when you really live in your body and you have cities in your body, a city is in your body. So for you to say that you live in a city and you're saying, that's crazy. That's absolutely crazy, especially because, so they go, what city do you, that reminds me of when they came to my door trying to serve me something. He said, well, what city are you in then? And I'm like, well, it doesn't matter. I'm not in the state. You know what I mean? None of your business. However, if I would have answered that question, I would have been an idiot to say I was in a city. Like, what do you mean? Cities are not, I can't be in a city. Cities are within me. The city is within me.
Right.
How can I be in a city, right? And then, metaphysically speaking, oh, well, that's metaphysical. Yeah, that's the ultimate reality that I'm speaking.
Correct.
So how are you going to try to say, because I said metaphysical, that somehow downplays the validity of what I'm saying? That is the reason why what I'm saying is trumping anything you got to say.
Because they are used to only giving credibility to Egypt.
Right, exactly. Because in Egypt, a city is outside of you. A savior is outside. Everything is outside of you in Egypt.
Islam.
Sinful.
Islam. All righty, guys. If there are no more questions, comments, and or suggestions, and in the chat, also, we are going to do our invocation. I would like to thank my beloved brothers in whom I am well pleased, Brother R. Bey, Brother Sean Elaine L, also Brother Corey Bey, and Brother Terrell Tamari Bey.
Awesome to be here with you, bros.
Yeah, indeed, man. I just know that you guys are going to get more materials coming, even though I know I and my beloved Manga Mystery Consort will be, welcoming in new life very soon. Guys, we'll still be doing what we're doing. A lot of content's going to be created. I know Brother Sean's about to double down on a lot of the content creation. I'm very thankful. Guys, we're closing in on wow, how many views on TikTok? 7 Hill Star, right? If I was to go check right now, right?
I ain't even checked, bro. I think the last time I checked was when I sent it to the chat, and it's like 444.4. I think that was the last time I sent it.
Do you want one?
Let's see. I'm gonna go to 7 Hill Star. I'm gonna click here and click hashtags. So 7 Hill Star has 448.2K views. the hashtags. We thank you all. Brother Sean Elaine L is the one that definitely kicked that one off, right? And as far as the TikTok, so guys, you get that up some more. Get 7 Heelstar up to 1,000 beings that are quote unquote following it. Following is not the word I choose. That's just what their software does. And we'll begin going live from Instagram even more. Live from TikTok, even more. However, we thank you guys. We're nearly almost at 500,000 views. 500,000 is 500K. So we're literally almost there. We're just about 51K shy, right, of being there. 51.8K shy of being at 500,000 views. So we thank you guys for viewing any of the videos that have hashtag 7 Heelstar to them. Because normally it's just either Brother R. Bey, and then first and foremost, of course, Brother Sean Elaine L. on the different TikToks that we have, 7 Heelstar, Astrology Street, Leo Mercury Moor, 711, Official, Astro Healing, 720, and R. Bey. All right. All of those are the TikTok handles. All right. And we thank you guys again. All right. And shout out to Brother Sean Elaine L for kicking that off, guys, because this is less than a year. I don't think we been doing this for a year on TikTok, bro? It hasn't been a year. I think
it's been about a year. Let me see when I made my TikTok. I think it's like February. Let me see. February 17th was when I made that TikTok.
All righty. So guys, in just a little over a year, we're almost at 500,000 views for the hashtag 7 Heelstar. So we thank you guys so much. All right. I know we normally don't pay attention to things like that, but you guys can see right there at the top. 448.2K views. Thank you all so much. Seriously. All right. And it's hashtag the number 7 HEALSTAR. So that's really, really awesome. So we appreciate you guys, and shout out to Brother Sean Elaine now. All right. So coming back here, all right. Even the hashtag that also is hashtag Prophet Noble Drew Ali, that's up there too. That's got a couple of K on it also, if I'm not mistaken. All right. Much love. Also, Mother Delilah, Brother Derek says, peace to everyone. Thankfully, brothers. Yes, you're very thankful. So are we, Brother Tyro. NC Thomas says Islam. This is the portion where we're going to do our invocation now. Brother Aura is going to do the invocation now. Guys, extend all 5 appendages on your left hand and just the index and middle on your right. We're going to face east and have our feet like Prophet Noble Drew Ali's on a 45, facing east, which is symbolic of going within. And we'll repeat after Brother Aura, either aloud or in our hearts. Islam.
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 Allah, the Father of the universe.
Allah, the Father of the universe.
Father of love.
Father of love.
Truth.
Truth.
Peace.
Peace.
Freedom.
Freedom.
And justice.
And justice.
Allah is my protector.
Allah is my protector.
My guide.
My guide.
And my salvation.
And my salvation.
By night.
By night.
And by day.
And by day.
His holy prophet.
His holy prophet.
Noble Drew Ali.
Noble Drew Ali.
Amen.
All right, guys, let's get it on back here and stop the screen shareth right there. Let me see if I can bring Brother Sean in. Let me add him to the spotlight. Right? Okay.
And
right?
Most people don't, it never dawns on people. If
and let's see. Is it this one? Do I add this one to the spotlight? I don't know. That one to the spotlight? I guess. I don't know. All right. So we'd like to thank you all so much. All right. No more questions, comments, and or suggestions, you guys. We want you all to enjoy your rest and recharge. Enjoy your strong beginning. We don't call it a weekend, Enjoy your strong beginning. No more questions, comments, and or suggestions. I am going to go and do what it is that I did. Oh, I forgot to turn this light back on, didn't I? Look at that. And go and drink some water. Play a little bit of Call of Duty Mobile. Anyway, well, other than that, though, we love you all so much. Thank you all so much for joining us. And we'll see you all Sunday for AstroCivics Sunday 21. Lucky. Astro Cookie. We'll have some fun there. I am Brother R. Bey. Kind of be sure when, because I think I'm not sure if me and beloved mother, Mistress Consort, were going to oblige an engagement that we had decided to, be a part of. However, if not, bro, you already know what time it is. But usually, guys, lately we've been going on like 9:30, 10 o'clock Eastern for AstroCivics Sundays. If it's earlier, you guys, we'll let you know. I trust that most of you, if not all of you, are subscribed, so you can get the notification. Make sure you hit the notification bell so you get the notification when we're live. But other than that, this is where we yield the floor. Go. What were you going to say? Somebody said something?
Oh no, I was just uploading the video. I'm trying to get 12 videos posted.
Okay, yeah, you've been working. Okay, I got you. I'll be looking for collaborations. I'm pretty sure I and Brother R need to look for to hit that review and accept. I get it.
Yeah, I got to start on y'all's, but I took about like 12 videos from Brother Taj's, one of Brother Taj's joints, and get them posted and get everything else. And yeah, y'all already know, bros. Y'all already know how we do.
Yeah, I already know. Yeah, I got it, man. When it comes to creating the content, all five of us do it. I know that me, you, and Brother R be going in on that B-rolling, so to speak. You know what I mean? Taking our videos, and I know, every once in a while we do take some of the Brother Taj and collage it in with what it is that we're doing to just kind of show like how consistent we are. That's about it with that one, right? So, other than that, though, no more questions, comments, and or suggestions. This is where we are yielding the floor. Brother R, you have the host, and I'm going to say namaste, namaste, namaste to you all. Islam, 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 y'all. Peace and love.